Hello.
Good morning, so to speak. I appreciate you allowing the podcast to go a little later so I could take a nap, because holy shit, did it make a difference.
Get your naps. Get your naps. All right.
I used to hate taking naps, dude. And now I'm old. I'm an old bitch.
Yeah, fuck that shit. Japan's making a walking Gundam.
All right.
Japan's making a Gundam and it's going to walk.
Okay, but how wide is it?
It is 60 feet.
Why?
Maybe it is 60 feet tall. And we're getting there. We are getting
What,
there.
that's 17 meters?
We are getting close to the... Yes, you can get to your wide pat in a second. They're walking Gundams, dude. We're getting there. And right now, they're...
Should we worry?
Well, here's what's up, right? When they replaced the original RX-78 with the new Unicorn Gundam, it was like, it's cool, it's a pretty design, but I'm like, damn, but the classics though, you know? And
Isn't Unicorn Gundam like supposed to be the classic, but they added it later? But it was like, no, this one was the real new one.
no,
old one.
Unicorn is it's part of the UC timeline, so it's part of the correct canon, but it's just that what they replaced it with was the first Gundam, you know? So like for nostalgia purposes, it's kind of like, you know, I don't know, getting rid of
But it did have the cool transforming like unicorn thing.
It does, exactly. So it's like replacing a statue of you know, a classic Batman or Golden Age Superman with something much more modern, a more modern armored take.
Booster Gold.
Them. No, same character, you know. Same character. How about this? It's like yeah, it's like going to the modern Dark Knight kind of look, you know.
Yeah.
So whatever, analogies aside, it was like awesome to have a full-sized RX-78, and then the Unicorn Gundam came in and I saw it move and light up, and I was like, that is fancy, that is pretty, but I miss my old RX-78. And it turns out that they were actually just moving it, they were moving the Unicorn in so that in the background they could design a walking Gundam that will then be unveiled in Yokohama. And it's going to be a part of this big base where it comes out of the hangar and takes a couple steps forward, and then the hands are fully articulated and can move. And we're getting there. I like this progression, and I like the fact that there is a consistent level of Japan's budget dedicated towards like bullshit fandom as the budget for bullshit fandom is a part of the national pride, and I'm like all for it. I'm all about that.
I'm aware that there is a Gundam party. I'm not sure if they get any seats lately, but I do know that they used to get at least one seat.
I didn't know
in their
that.
diet. Yeah, no, it was
Wow.
a guy who had a Gundam party, and the platform of the Gundam party was, bitches, we need to make a Gundam. That was it. That was the whole fucking thing. So I ask again, is this worrying? Should we worry about this?
Not I mean, not in the sense that, like, you know, I would be much more worried about Big Dog and what's going on at MIT. That stuff is on this continent,
you know
and
what?
is way more advanced and way further along.
No worries about this because we don't have space colonists yet.
Well, there's that.
Which, as we know, were the problem.
There's footage of Tomino, like, going to check it out. And a friend of mine told me that there's a picture of him checking out the original.
Still alive?
Yeah, Tomino's around.
Holy shit, good for him. He gets to see this shit?
Yeah. There's footage of like, apparently my friend told me that there's a picture of him seeing the Odaiba Gundam for the first time and just being like, "Wah!" But I've never found that. But what I did see is a picture of him visiting the current one under construction, and he's like, it's not busty enough, and quite frankly, you guys, it seems like you're just doing the same stuff from the 70s. Like, why not do something else? update it a little bit, improve it? And it seems like he's like, already over the fact that his life's creation has come into reality. He's already kind of over it. It's a bit bit wild. But what else is in terms of like worrying about this whole thing? There was an article that I saw right after this one, actually, which was just about someone that wrote a paper in a science magazine that is basically like, hey, you know how Jaegers and Pacific Rim are like these cool futuristic giant robots and shit?
I do know that. I'm aware of that.
So, like, the tech they use is actually behind where we're at currently, and we can do much more, and we are currently more capable when it comes to just like straight up what you can use to like pilot and control these things and how that would work. And like I'm like, go on. And it basically goes into how, like, okay, so the size and scale of them is like kind of a big ridiculous thing. Realistically, tech is going closer towards power armor and suits that will help like with medical things or helping people walk.
Exoskeleton kind of shit.
Exoskeletons, exactly. So we're getting closer to that. But the main thing was like anytime you see someone walking where it actually has to follow their footsteps or some variation of that, that's kind of like you can toss that out because we have way more reliable AI-based piloting of just like managing steps. Where it can,
you just mentioned Big Dog. You can kick Big Dog, and Big Dog won't fall over.
Exactly. So you wouldn't have to move your feet left, right to walk. Realistically, it can check for terrain. It can make steps intelligently. And who knows? Maybe it can even avoid stepping on cars, debris, and or people.
Well, where's the fun in the pilot having to do that manually? Like,
well, the point is that
where's the fun in the pilot not having to do that manually?
Well,
so you can yell at Camille for stepping on that bus.
Well, the point I would say is that if you can not have to worry about that part of it, you can focus all your piloting energies at the extraterrestrial threat.
All right, so we got the robot part down. Apparently, I missed that part. Like, I wasn't paying attention to the Earth, and then we just leapfrog past the part where the robot part was like a solved issue.
We're pretty close.
The beam saber. That's gonna be a bit.
No. I think we're never getting beam saber.
But it's way too much energy. A pretty like slick progressive knife.
Well,
maybe?
I think vibrating blade is where we're going. Yeah. I think we're going towards vibrating blade. I think we're going towards like superheated katana. I think we can go there. But at the same time, you have to consider as well, like, if you want to be, do you want cool, or do you want like sacrifice some cool for function?
I don't know. Certain types of like hyper functional stuff is cool in its own right.
Because to begin with, right, you have to consider how often that melee weapon would get used. Right. Realistically, are we fighting bugs? Are we fighting other robots? I think that's exactly where I was about to go. So I was about to go to the point where if we imagine, like, okay, well, what are the odds we're going to go melee on this? Well, the odds are going to be not very high, considering you're going to be fighting long range, and it's going to be about firepower more than anything. Unless you specifically decide to go all in on the cool by having a working, functional version of that Megabots tournament where people in armored suits get into an arena and actually fight because this is the cool shit we want. Like, if we organize it to be for this purpose expressly, then you can go all in on the cool and go full on vibrating blades and high frequency swords and everything.
And
pile bunkers, etc. Yes. And of course shotgun fists and all the good things. We can get in there with the the drones. We can get in there with the funnel drones that can also be like, they're so organized now that you can essentially move drones around as if they were funnels an attack with those as well. We're close. It's like the pieces are all there. You just have to kind of put them together, you know? Like
Are you at all worried that the technology, if it exists for a Gundam, is around, that therefore the technology for a, I don't know, Metal Gear Rex also technically exists?
could be, but I think Rex exists already in broken up like components.
Yeah,
You know?
they put the railguns on the boats, I think.
And there's a nuke sitting right over there in that briefcase. You know, like we've got those pieces all lined up in the little plastic. They just haven't been popped and stuck together yet, essentially. But if we're talking cool factor, I definitely think we want to go more towards that armored exoskeleton life. We want to get into that, you know, because if you're too,
You want to have people that just jump really high and run super fast,
and they need to be quick, right? So if you focus on building something that is like Gundam or Jaeger sized, you're not gonna get the cool, nimble like look of like a Virtua On, you know, kind of like dashing on your feet, skating around. You know, you want that nimble, cool look. That's how the Super Future Sport would take off. Have you seen like drone racing? I mean,
I've not. I've played drone racing in Judgment actually, and I have seen it.
Future Sport is coming.
Goofy.
Future Sport is coming. Like the real footage of actual drone racing where they have these like Tron lit up dark arenas with like giant like neon hoops to fly through and rings to fly through and little courses to race each other with. It's insane. And then like they cut to the first person view and they're moving like lightning quick. Like we're getting there. We're absolutely getting there.
I just want athletes to cut their legs off so they can slap on like robot legs.
Okay, but instead what I'm proposing is you retire the bit so that we can put the athlete in exo armor where he can move this just as fast with that
I don't
augmentation.
care about the status of an athlete's legs.
Yeah, I know, but that's why it's like it's so tired. It's such a tired bit that I'm like, nah.
It's not a bit to me.
Nah, put them in the robot, and now we have Future Sport. IGPX, sure, whatever it is, man.
You know what I would actually really like? Like robots, entire robots, like whatever big, like human-shaped big dog equivalent, or whatever that robot is that they fucking keep knocking down over that university, right? The human-shaped one.
MIT
just
big
get
dog.
that. Yeah, get that to superhuman power, but it's still like, you know, a moronic robot, and have those play against like smart but like physically inferior humans. Right? Like
Sure.
a football game between super tough robots and smart but skilled humans.
I want to make sure that it just, if we could get a number of like, we need to take that same passion that Japan has for like, let's make this walking robot, let's update it, let's go with the Gundam thing, let's keep doing it, and basically go towards like, hey, what if we actually tried to create the sport from Battle Angel Alita, you know? What if we actually invested in basically cyber roller derby? Very plausible. We can go this. We are, again, it's things we can do. We can actually get motorball happening if we get. You need a ring. You need an audience. You need like you need a track. You need a ball. We can do it. These are all existing pieces. We don't have to create any sort of tech that doesn't currently exist to get there. You know?
I'm trying to think, because you're describing like, what if we use technology to create nonsensical fantasy sports? And my brain is like, what likelihood is there that we could make a Windjammers-esque pro-bending...
Okay.
variant. And I'm
Pro-
like, I don't know if that's possible because that just sounds like slapping flamethrowers and water hoses to people.
Pro bending, I don't think, but Windjammers slash the version of Pong they play in Reboot, where they have the reflectors on their hands and knees, and then they kind of like knock the ball off the wall. Could be done. How would the disc stay?
You can use magnets or some shit. There's all sorts of crazy fucking shit now.
I'm wondering if it would have to be like virtual, you know, because I don't know what kind of physical disc would hit the walls and come back with the right trajectory in the exact same way. It might have to be VR. We could make it. We can go with a VR version of it, and then you just you're in a big empty room, but like the audience can see everything looking pretty sick. Track the hands hit the ball, and then you can just become a virtual athlete in that regard. But if they create like a VR headset that can withstand the rigors of like crazy high activity sport, you can create any sport you want. You can do anything because it's just reacting to your body, and as long as you can fall on your head and not break the headset, we can go in any direction. I like that concept. That could go places too. That could go places.
All right, I got another one for you. Get the RX-78 walking, right? And have one of those against one regular football team in a game of football.
Is that another one, or is that just the same one again?
Just tape a football to its foot.
Why did you say another one if what you really meant was the same one again?
I want to see a bunch of useless people fight a robot.
You want to see people die. Got it. Okay. Well, anyway.
Listen, once we're all stuck inside from COVID, the sequel,
we've deconstructed
and the robots are roaming the streets, we're going to need something to entertain us.
Who put this horse skeleton down here? I didn't do it.
Hey, wait a second. I just thought of something really cool. If the exoskeletons get advanced enough with servos, could you just attach those things to skeletons?
You could do anything.
And you could motorize a bunch of skeletons.
I don't see.
They wouldn't need to be like the same.
What would this accomplish?
This would.
Why am I asking the question? That's furthering. I'm yes-anding. I'm not yes-anding.
Yeah, dude. You could have motorized like skeleton teams.
Sure.
Doing sports automatically.
But you still need a person piloting it to move. You can decal it however you want.
Make an AI. Call him Bones Jackson.
Look, if someone agrees and signs a waiver that says, upon my death, you may use my bones to decorate your mech, then you can do whatever you want with those bones. But you still need someone in it.
Yeah.
So
and we can grow freak mutants in a tube.
Again, as long as you get the person's consent before they pass, then by all means.
Man, that Mutant League cartoon went so fucking far out of its way to show that they didn't die; they just got horribly maimed. You put them in the tube, and then they heal all their all their arms and legs come back. It's crazy.
I guess the moral of the story is that there's a lot of existing tech that just needs to be combined to bring us the future, and you don't even realize it. Do you remember God, what was it called? It was called Lens. It was basically Google Translate bought. It was called, I think it's Lens Eye or so iLens or something like that. It was an app, and I think Google Translate bought it, right? But essentially, they were the ones who just went, hold on a second, and this was years and years ago. We have the ability to scan text right now. When you scan a piece of paper, it can translate it into text. So we can scan books that way and have like a full, translate a full proper log of all the words and whatnot. We can recognize fonts. We can do font recognition is a thing. And then someone else was like, okay, wait, also we can translate with a Google Translation server. We can put text in and pipe it out. And then someone went, and then they went, we can use AR right now. AR has gotten a lot better. We can use these newer cameras, especially 3D cameras, to track and place things in the real world, or rather on your screen over a certain location, and it'll stay intelligent whenever you look at it from any angle, like AR, you know? So they just went like, why don't we just combine AR, Google Translate, and text recognition, and make it so that if you point your phone at a sign that says arrête, and then switch it to English, it'll turn arrête into stop. And then it made it so that you can walk around the real world and hold up your camera and translate signs immediately from another language into English or to whatever you want. And I mean, I've used it a bunch of times.
I used it in Japan extensively, and it was fucking crazy.
It was beautiful, right? But that
fucking tricorder.
But it was just, hey, we've had these individual pieces. No one put them together, you know? And when you look at the future, all you're seeing is like instantly working versions of these pieces all put together. But that's all we had to do, you know? Grab 3 separate things that were developed and mastered and then just combine them. So like there's a lot of shit like that I think we need to kind of consolidate to create the further illusion of basically future magic.
Man, I want so much future tech so fast.
I think, yeah. I think,
like, I feel like I'm gonna be too old before all the really, really crazy shit happens.
Like we're close. We have the things like we have drones that move really quickly and they can light up. But what we need is the drones that can like project. We have holograms. We have Hatsune Miku concerts and Gorillaz concerts and Ghost of Pac concerts. So we can do that. Now, is there a way to put the holograms on the drones so that they can project them in an area and they stay there and they move around, and as long as the drones are moving around, we can see this person, you know? And then can we create a virtual ghost of a person essentially, or a virtual whatever? And then also at some point you can probably make it so that, you know, that responds to inputs and outputs so that you can then have a functioning ghost that you can control in the real world. Just take 3 things, piece them together. Now we've got
I'm still waiting on my injection machine that injects you without a needle, which was like shown off in like 2017. Remember that fucking thing?
No, how would that even work?
It looks like a fucking... I'm gonna send you a link. It looks like a goddamn dildo that you put on your fucking leg or whatever, and you press a button, and it just smashes it in like... It's like smashes like a fucking pressure wave of juice, of injecting juice into your skin. So it doesn't have to inject, it just pressure blasts whatever the drug is.
And your pores absorb it?
Just blast it through your skin.
But like it goes through your pores?
I don't fucking know, man.
Because I'm just like, what are you doing about the, you know, the actual layer of skin that...
Whatever, it doesn't use a needle. That's the important thing.
We have like longer lasting temporary tattoos now. There's a company that is out there that's like, we can give you a tattoo that lasts for like 2 months or something like that.
That's okay. That's a while.
So we're getting that as well, where it's like, yeah, it'll come out on its own, but you can wear it for a while.
I had a temporary tattoo as a kid that lasted like, I'd be lucky if it got to the end of the day.
Essentially, yeah, that's what the cereal box shit. We've gotten pretty far advanced in that regard as well. Yeah, no, I think I
can only imagine that will lead to pranks of like, haha, I tattooed an asshole on your forehead. Don't worry, bro, it's just temporary. How long is it gonna last? Oh shit.
Yeah.
Crap. It's just a prank, bro.
I'm I'm excited for the possibility of like tattoos that can uh, um, like possibly illuminate. You know, like the idea of
Oh, glow in the dark. Okay, yeah.
something that could like actually like light up would be pretty slick. You could get all your like wild ass OC designs actually functioning.
Do you remember that very short-lived body modification trend of injecting LEDs into under your skin?
Nope, didn't see that one.
That one just kind of came and went in the span of like, say, like a couple months, where it was like, hey man, look, you can put a LED underneath your skin. It's crazy. It lights up. And then people were like, cool. And then a couple people did that, and then everyone stopped doing that because, like, I mean, eventually it's got to come out.
Do you remember bagel heads?
Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god, bagel heads.
That sounds like you remember bagel heads. Bagel heads.
That was the actual worst. That was the actual worst ever.
They really did that shit. They really did that shit. And they were like, yeah, this is what it's all about. And like your eyebrows just get all fucking warped. I remember there was like, again, it was one of those bits where I was like, I saw a single video and article about it, and I'm like, I guess I will take this to be a thing then, because at least 2 people were in that video with bagel heads. What is bagel heads? That is the act. It was the act of injecting, I think it was saline, around a pressured point in your forehead so that you get a large protrusion that looks like you've stuck a bagel right in the middle of your forehead, except it's growing under your skin. So, you know.
The only thing that, I mean, you can look this up. You can go look at photos of this guy's right now. But the only positive to it was that it could be removed, or I think it just wore off on its own after like a week or 2 or some shit. Like it was saline based.
Yeah, you could just because essentially it started as like you could just make parts of your forehead protrude, so you could make yourself look like a piccolo, you know, like a weird monster where your eyebrows are sticking out, and then once you kind of, you know, once everyone was like, okay, you can do anything you want with saline, then they said, let's start sculpting it. So then they did that. And don't what the fuck Canada. That was out of Japan, my friend.
Like, we may have invented the technology or some shit, but I don't think we pioneered the bagel heads. Oh, I'm looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it.
Yeah, you can just type the words into Google and enjoy browsing. Yeah, see? No, there's quite a few. There's quite a few people that did it. You know, okay, I will say this, though. As horrible as they are, the nicest thing I can say about it, dear God, it's fucked up. The nicest thing I can say is that there's one guy who gave himself, like, kind of like Hellboy horns. And it's like, okay, I get what you're going for there. At least that resembles something in a way. Like, you're like, oh, I want to have these kind of Hellboy, like, flattened protrusions. And it makes slightly more sense than all the ones that they have that have a single bagel in the middle of their head. But yeah. No, that just looks like suffering, and
Alright, so if we're going to talk about all this nightmare shit, we have to talk. I don't know. Did you ever used to read Cracked, Wooly?
I read Cracked. I had more copies of Mad Magazine, but I had a Cracked every now and then.
I liked the Cracked website, particularly. I liked the...
the articles. You meant later Cracked. Yeah.
Yeah, I meant later Cracked.
Mm-hmm.
I liked the bits that Michael Swaim would do. I remember there was Cracked After Hours that he did with a bunch of people, but he also did something called Does Not Compute. And there was one called Eyeball Tattoos, Understanding the Horrible Decision. And it detailed these fucking dudes in prison that figured out a way to use like fucking pens and just blast the ink from like a Bic pen into the whites of their eyeballs until the whole eyeball was like blue or red or some shit.
Yes. Okay. This rings a bell now. Totally.
And there were two guys that did it and were like, yeah, look at our cool eyeballs. And if I remember correctly, there were many others who later attempted it and did it wrong and horribly blinded themselves. I'm not sure if those guys eventually went blind either. But eyeball tattooing is not a good idea, is what I'm saying.
All I can think of is the guy that was in, I think it's Limp Bizkit. I think there's the guy in Limp Bizkit that had like contacts that fully covered the eye, so that in the music videos it would just be all like alien looking.
Right.
It might not have been that. It was something from that era though. But it's like, yeah, you could just go with the contact lens on that.
There's a lot of, well, not in prison you can't.
No, certainly not.
No, they did it in prison so that people wouldn't fuck with them, and I don't know if that worked or not.
Wes Borland from Limp Bizkit. Yeah, that would be the one. That'd be the one. He
You know what? I'm good with I'll replace my eye with a robot, but like I don't think I want to jam things into my eyeballs. I played Dead Space. No thanks.
Too much to lose, man. You know what's rough too is there's a while ago there was a shitty cosplay site that was selling garbage quality like contact accessories, so like Sharingans and cat eyes and you know, all kinds of like special contacts for cosplay, and they were obviously yeah, they were not meant to be worn for the length of a day of cosplay. And some people lost their fucking sight. You know? It sucks, dude. You take like it, and you're just like, well,
you get what you pay for, huh? But
not just that, but like again, like it just, the shoddy quality mixed with like the shelf life being as shitty as it was, just yeah, too much of a risk, man. Yeah, it's not great. Not great. I think eventually we got like, I think eventually there was like, you know, some higher quality contacts that have like sufficient instructions and warnings that people can use, and it's basically just like put them in for the photo shoot, then take them the fuck out. You know?
Yeah.
Do not walk around the con with them.
No, I have no follow up at all. Just like, nah. Don't put the Sharingan contact in all day.
If you had to get one visible body modification, what would you get?
Are we okay? You need to outline the edges of this.
It would have to be something that would show up right now. So, neck and above.
Something I could go get right now.
Neck and above, or elbows and elbows to the tip of your fingers. And again, I know you would never get anything, so I'm asking because I already have mine. What would you get if you had to get something? Modification, tattoo, or piercing that would show up on either your arms or head. And it can't be like a beard underneath your beard.
I was just thinking that.
Or like hair.
I would probably get them laser treatments and become completely bald.
No, it has to be.
You said body modification that someone can
Okay.
see. That's a
Okay.
body modification that people can see.
Well, the point is, I'm like, what is the most acceptable expression of punk that you would settle for if you were forced to at gunpoint? This is the point of the question. This is the point of the question.
I'm sorry that you didn't think up the rules closely enough that you couldn't disbar my laser treatment of the top of my head.
I know what you would get. You'd just get a stupid little, like, small thing on your wrist. You get like a little fucking, I don't know, Star Trek like symbol on your wrist or some shit.
Okay, so if the head thing that you just said isn't good enough, I will get a tattoo on my left flank, like underneath my armpit.
I specifically said visible.
Would this not be visible?
Visible right now. Arms,
visible right now.
Arms, neck, and above.
I thought you meant like no hiding it on the inside of your asshole.
No hiding it on underneath your clothing.
Okay, let me look at myself right now in the okay.
Always tired? Under the eyes?
No. It would be in as small of a print as I can get away with on, let's say the here part, the upper arm above the elbow. The text, I was forced at gunpoint to get a tattoo.
Okay. Good. Acceptable. Damaged? No?
No, fuck that.
Okay.
I mean, Christ, Wooly, your tattoo isn't visible right now, so you don't... Oh, but you got the face shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, that's not... The point of the question isn't me. It's you, because you hate that. So that's why...
I do hate that.
That's why the question was even phrased that way.
Alternatively, if that is not good enough, I would have fake abs tattooed onto my one ab.
There's pictures of people that actually have like bronzed fake abs over their gut.
It's the funniest thing in the world.
And they get big, but like it's a single round thing, and it looks like someone took an ice cube tray and just stuck it on their fucking stomach.
Oh, dude, it's the funniest thing in the world.
Yeah. You deserve it. If you fucking do that, you deserve it, man. Like,
you deserve all the cool points you're gonna get.
So there's a thing. It's called cool sculpting, actually, and that what they do is they freeze and sculpt the fat into a more muscular looking form. and it's like it's existing tech to give yourself like definition when you don't have any. So like it does exist. It's an existing process that people are fucking getting done. And as with anything that way, you know, like when your body gets worse, it looks the weirdest ever. It like shit just gets fucking horrible. Like those guys that steroid the fuck up and they have these giant like muscular arms that are just like cartoonish, and then like all that goes away and then they burst or worse, you know, and you're just like, yeah, like you can't live anymore.
There's something about your delivery of this kind of halting and then they can't live anymore. Like, it's where do you go when you get your Popeye arms and your Popeye arms go away? There's no spinach that's gonna fix that shit.
All right, talk about Wide Pat.
It's not about Wide Pat, Wooly. Your meme game is getting weaker by the day. that you think that it's about Wide Pat.
Well, tell me what it's about.
It's about Wide Putin.
Okay.
What might... So, do you remember your emotional state upon seeing the very first Dat Boy meme?
Mm-hmm.
And being like, this is the stupidest fucking meme to ever... Like, this is the actual stupidest.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we're at with Wide Putin. 'Cause it is a 2.5 minute long video of Vladimir Putin walking down some hallways to some fucking old-timey piano dance track with the fucking aspect ratio just screwed up to make him look super wide, like a square.
7.6 million.
And that's it!
Since June 8th.
That's the whole thing. It's just the whole thing. And just people remixing other things to be wide with the same music.
I was wondering if it had its origins in the the square cows, or perhaps
maybe I don't know
if it came from.
I don't know.
There's that one where like there's a pigeon that salutes Putin as he's walking by.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a million stupid square and or wide memes, and there's a bunch of Putin memes because Putin is a fucking meme.
I think the best recent Putin meme I've seen has been just a picture that's like, there is no meme. Putin has been in power in Russia for over 20 years that allows him to be posted in as ancient history. Or as he's now qualified to be posted as history because it's been 20 years. That's it.
That's it. Yeah, man, I don't get it. I don't like. I'll embrace the meme culture the kids are creating. I'll memeify. I'll meme up. But I can't tell where these are coming from anymore, man. I don't get it. I'm out of meme touch.
Yet you try so desperately to swim and not drown.
Oh, I can swim. I can swim in the unfamiliar meme waters.
You ever adopt a meme
Christ.
and start using it before you fully understand it?
Oh, every meme.
And then the context never quite makes it.
I only understand them after they're dead.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know where this... I want to say... Is this a New Vegas thing? Like, wait, it's all... Like, the astronauts staring at the planet?
Oh, yeah.
Always has been?
And always has been. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Is that from... Like, I don't know.
I appreciate the sudden resurgence of Metal Slug, where you have the new art of Theo and then the old art of Theo, and like the new one is pure, like super cute e-girl
Futaba looking.
a Twitch streamer, and then the old one is just like all like lips all curled like so
gremlin shit.
Yeah, so like the one on the left is like good game,
wow,
GG, good games, well played. And then the one on the right's like,
great.
He was fucking free.
He's free. He's free as shit.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I like that. Metal Slug deserves to get a little bit of push.
We live in a fucking post-Dadaism nightmarescape where nothing has value.
One thing is consistent.
I don't get it.
One thing is consistent. Like memes in as far as internet history goes, memes will always progress. There are
memes.
There are ages of memes that are very like traceable and recognizable, and that will continue. And even when nothing else is happening, even when nothing else is progressing, the memes will progress.
Yeah. Like Femboy Hooters came out of fucking nowhere.
And what was it? Tomboy. What was the? No, it wasn't Hooters. It was
I literally
Olive
just
Garden?
said Femboy Hooters to you.
No, not Femboy Hooters. I think it was Tomboy Olive Garden or Tomboy Outback. Tomboy Outback.
Okay, I missed that one.
No, I'm talking level 2, fucker. Swim up on that. Catch up.
No, I don't. I don't get it.
Level 2 was Tomboy Outback.
I still think the Femboy Hooters tweet that was like,
They got a bloomin' onion.
You guys don't know how fucking weird it is to get an email from my boss at Hooters that is subject line Femboy Hooters.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff.
I'm seeing a lot of people post goth IHOP, which that hits. That hits that same
MILF Denny's. Okay, so out of Arby's. I see. Okay, so
okay, I see what they're doing.
Flavor plus restaurant equals Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
And then you evolve it, and then it dissipates. Excuse me, and then
no, you were right.
And then something else pops up.
I feel like meme technology is moving like way faster now that everyone's still inside.
Yeah, it has to. It's
well, most of us anyway.
It's community comedy, right?
Yeah.
It is crowdsourced comedy where people can see the format, participate in it, contribute their own. You know, it's a little you get some decent clout. You get
eventually
some,
some of them are gonna hit, right?
Yeah,
like
sure.
10,000 people making the same joke. Well, a couple of them are gonna be bangers.
Mm-hmm. You got "Don't Leave Me," where you take a pun, take two objects, you create a pun, and then you run away, and then they go, "Don't leave me." You know, it's the future. It's the way it's gonna work from now on, and God bless it. God bless it, because it's permanently archived. Even if the sources are deleted, it's backed up elsewhere. And again, like, it's not a matter of like looking back on some pictures, some photos, some documents. It's like, nah, future kids are going to be able to type a hashtag in and just see it for what it was in the moment. Hashtags in history class is going to be wild.
All right, kids, now we're going to learn about the NTR Pizza Hut wars.
Is the pizza...
Don't think too hard. I just stole a random item from the chat. I have no information for you.
Because there's two places the pizza could be.
I'm just saying shit out loud.
Okay, well...
Don't
No,
don't think I have information for you.
There's at least two places.
I have nothing for you. I have a weird story in regards to this.
Mm-hmm.
Stealing from a buddy of mine in Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the wonders of the Pokemon Wonder Share. In which so Wonder Share is this kind of thing where you share a Pokemon, you get a random Pokemon back, basically, in the new Pokemon. And he got a shiny Psyduck out of it. Just randomly got a fucking shiny Psyduck.
Okay.
Bam. Holy shit, that's crazy. Psyduck's the shit. Shiny Psyduck's cool. That's great. Except the Psyduck's name is epicntr.org. And he's like,
okay, wait. So
do I even keep this fucking thing?
Wait. So the new Pokemon game will put Pokemon in the wild that have been named.
No. It's like a thing you go to at a kiosk or some shit, and you put up a Pokemon for trade, and a random Pokemon that was also put up for trade will be kicked back to you. right? So you could get a legendary that somebody put up, or you could get like a Bidoof or some piece of shit, right?
But you're
But
following
they're named however the fuck they're named.
the name because that's what they were named. Hey, do you want that shiny or not?
So I think the funniest thing about this is that I posted that little story on Twitter. Like, you crop out the Discord thing, you slap it on there. Somebody actually went to the website.
Of course you do.
It's not what you think. It's the Epic Center. It is a Discord group for Pokemon fans. And they were fucking generating or whatever fucking Pokemon with this goddamn URL to kick out as their form of advertising for their fucking Discord group.
But where's the E?
There's no E. It's CNTR. The C is used in both words. See? It's Epic Center. Or Epicenter. I refuse to believe that's an accident.
We're talking about it.
It's
good stuff.
So yeah, incredible advertising. I'm talking about it. Doesn't change the fact that, my buddy wants to bring out his shiny Psyduck.
You want that Psyduck.
Man, you should be able to rename your Pokemon.
You wish you could have that Psyduck, but you can't.
I don't.
You can just watch your friend have it.
There it is. Well, that's my Psyduck. Oh, it's terrible.
What'd you do?
Honestly, I didn't do a whole lot that was new this week. Dipping my toe into Ori and the Blind Forest after many years not having dipped my toe into Ori and the Blind Forest. That game's fucking gorgeous, but I'm stuck. How do I put this? I'm stuck being a stupid asshole about that game, and I am trying my best to be fair, but I feel like I literally can't be fair to it. And the reason for that is I was looking as to whether or not I should stream Ori and the Blind Forest or just go to Will o' the Wisps, yada, 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 right? So I check out Ori on How Long to Beat, and I'm like, oh, like 8 hours? Really? Huh. That's crazy. What about Ori and the Will of the Wisps? Right? What's that? Oh, 11 hours. Okay, 11 hours. That's a nice short game. These are like Metroidvania-esque, right? I'm like, am I misremembering? Yeah, I am okay, yeah, no, I'm not. Like, Hollow Knight is like, it's like 50 hours. And it's also like, I went back and looked at the Hollow Knight map and was like, this is like 5 Castlevania games.
Yeah, but that's not fair to compare.
That's my point. It's so not fair at all.
Hollow Knight will go down in history as being one of the most excessive games in history in terms of just the content that could have stopped multiple places, but they wanted to give you more.
And here's
it's
the
overstuffed.
Thing, but because of the order that I played these in, I cannot help but mentally compare them. And like, Ori's cool. I dig the fucking what do you call it? Create your own save point thing. I think that's a nice little gimmick.
Oh, is that like you could just drop one wherever you are?
Oh, I thought you were like super familiar with this game.
No, not at all. But I
oh, okay.
It's beautiful.
So the basic gimmick for the save point is you build up your energy meter for like your special attacks is the same thing that you would use to throw down a checkpoint.
Okay.
And there are no innate checkpoints outside of fast travel points, and they are very few and far between. So you put down your own goddamn checkpoints, depending on how fucked up something is.
That's fine. I like that. Yeah. If you design around that idea.
It's absolutely like fucking ridiculous gorgeous. But how do I put this? Like I streamed for like 3-4 hours, and I think I got every ability upgrade except for one.
Okay.
And even by regular ass Castlevania or Metroid standards, that seemed really fast. I remember playing Axiom Verge and hating it, just hating Axiom Verge, and I didn't get nowhere in those 3 or 4 hours.
Is Ori one big map?
Ori is one big map, yeah.
Would you have preferred set levels?
Yeah, maybe. Honestly, yeah, maybe. I might have preferred it to be like a kind of almost like a Lion King or Aladdin style.
I mean, those games don't
like
really exist
scroller
anymore, but I think the idea of the whole world being connected was just like a cool thing that we like. Once we saw that, we went like, oh shit, like it's like stages, except you can see exactly how the world builds together. So you just kind of like, you know, stick to it. Although Sonic more or less still does it.
Yeah, but I mean, Sonic is, you know, it's shit. Yeah, Ori's great. Ori's absolutely fantastic. I just wish I could give it a fairer shake because I can't. Like, there's 2 parts to it. There's the part that I mentioned, which I played Hollow Knight, and Hollow Knight's going to be one of the greatest forever. But the other part is that I remember this article that was the devs telling people that they never played Hollow Knight when Will of the Wisps came out or some shit. Because like people were saying like, oh, Pat's wrong. Oh, okay. I remember there was like a lot of comparisons between Will of the Wisps and Hollow Knight, and that like seeded that idea in my mind.
But like but like isn't it mostly based on the first game, which is pretty old? Like they just
what mostly based?
Like Ori and the Blind Forest.
Yeah, Will of the Wisps is a completely new game. It's like a sequel.
Yeah, but like I mean, like, are you saying that they just took Ori and they kind of lifted some features and like what's the accusation?
Dude, I don't know. I haven't played.
Okay.
Will of the Wisps. Though I do see people are saying that Will of the Wisps is very much. So, I mean, we got somebody here say Ori 2 has a lot of Hollow Knight stuff in it. Which, I mean, everything should have more Hollow Knight stuff in it.
It's a very good game.
Ori original is fantastic. I kind of wish there was more of it in general. Like, there's a weird feeling that I get when I sit down and play something and don't even play it for that long and just feel like I've gotten like most of what it has out of it already. If that makes any sense. Like, not necessarily like beat it, right? But just like, oh yeah, I get, I see what this game is. Yeah.
Art that gorgeous can only stay for so long, and you want to definitely walk that line between overstaying your welcome and running out of assets.
Yeah.
I think the dangers of that are evident in every Vanillaware game. They're gorgeous as fuck, and then you're gonna be inside of them for a really long time.
That sounds like a good problem to have, you know.
Wop wop wop.
But no, so I think Dragon's Crown really nailed it on that respect. Honestly,
I mean, compared to the previous ones, Odin Sphere,
especially compared to Odin Sphere,
you know, and even then, Dragon's Crown, like, it still did have the retreks, you know.
Yeah, I ended up playing like I think 2 full cycles through that game in their arcade mode.
And it makes sense because it's like you can't draw this beautiful Muramasa background only to see it this one time. Like I get
That's
it.
stupid.
But like I said, it's a fine line. It's a fine line.
Yeah.
There's moments when it's a little moment in those games where in the Vanillaware games where you hit the point where you're like, okay, I think I have seen all the assets except for the final ones. I think I've seen the enemy types and the stages. So now it's just a matter of like going back through the remixes of these things and like getting the new dialogue, so to speak, you know? Yeah. Hollow Knight's a fucking wonder masterpiece. It makes no sense.
Why don't the artists just keep making more forever?
They
feel like my brain is bad today.
Every day?
Oh, come on.
Every Monday.
No, seriously. Feel like brain bad, not good today.
Well, fucking get some sleep in before we go. Yeah.
I'm doing my best, but that's actually quite difficult for Mondays.
Well, what I'm thinking is it's a mix. I wanted to say saying, and then I switched to thinking, and then I said both at the exact same time. What I'm thinking is that new game, 13 Sentinels, is going to be coming out soon, and again, it appears to be a little bit more visual novelty than the other action games they've put out in the past.
Which makes perfect sense for that studio.
It does, and I think, like, yeah, I think games like that, like, you don't worry as much about the reuse of assets because you're kind of following a plot forward. So, yeah, like, the genre switch is, you know, is smart, and I think you need to, like, play to your strengths on that.
Man, I gotta say, I think I just received my most genuine compliment of my life from somebody in our chat today, which was that I am just turning into Carl from Aqua Teen. Fucking sick.
Well, not until
Carl is the shit, dude.
Where's the wife beater?
I mean, I don't have one.
And the stray chest hairs.
I have a couple stray chest hairs that you might be able to see if I had a wife beater on.
You don't own a single wife beater?
Why the fuck would I own a wife beater?
Hot weather?
That's what air conditioning's for.
I don't know. I originally I got vests as a kid because you would wear them under your church clothes. It was the proper thing to wear. Like when you learned to get dressed properly, you'd wear the vest, the wife beater, and then you'd put the dress shirt over it, and then you'd put the suit vest over that, and then the jacket, and that was the layers that you'd kind of wear. So you had to have an undershirt of some kind, but you didn't want one that you'd be sweating up in. So the most ventilating form of undershirt would be...
I don't think I've ever worn an undershirt of any kind.
The wife beater.
In my life. Yeah.
They serve a purpose. They're, you know, when you don't want to, like, wreck up your dress shirt.
What dress shirt?
Yeah, well, that's I'm saying...
What dress shirt am I wearing in my life?
Okay, well...
That's weird. Why you gotta dress up? Just fucking...
Marriages, funerals.
I've been to 2 marriages and 1 funeral. Total.
Did you rent for all of them?
For my sister's wedding, I still fit into the shit that I got for my high school graduation. And the family didn't wear suits and tie, fancy things to my grandmother's funeral.
Sometimes
it was very casual. She wouldn't have given a shit anyway. She was cool.
Well, every once in a while, sometimes there are like quote unquote functions. It's like in the modern parlance, because back in the day a function would be.
Sorry, 4 weddings. I forgot 2 other weddings.
Yeah, so there'd be occasions to be like, hey, you can dress up slightly more than not at all. Company Christmas party, for example, for a lot of people would be like, hey, okay, they want to see some kind of like slightly dressed up version of what you usually do, semi-formal, etc. So yeah, there's times.
Nah, not now. There's not.
Not now. Certainly not now.
Now that I'm an internet man and I can just show up and be like, nah, this is my brand, and just you wear the pajamas everywhere. Nah,
but
that time is gone.
I had a lot of wife beaters, and I would wear them as a kid because they were church undershirts. That's the usage.
Man, I gotta say how fucking warped it is. I can't think of a single fucking item of clothing aside from a wife beater that just has such a fucking laughably strong judgment on the owner of the clothing item.
Yeah, that
like,
just
like holy shit.
You can thank the Cops TV show RIP for that one. That's pretty much the first time I think I heard that. Not on it, but like from people talking about it, and it was just like, yep, that's the name of the article of clothing now. Fedoras got rocked. Fedoras got rocked.
I saw somebody say like turtlenecks, and like everybody loves turtlenecks.
Nothing wrong with a turtleneck. I used to love turtlenecks, not anymore, but
I've worn a turtleneck. I looked all right. Girl wearing a turtleneck, that looks great. It's all good.
Virgin killer.
Yeah, it's all right.
Oof, yeah. Fedoras and trilbies got annihilated.
Oh man, I remember like the fucking wave of it's not a fedora, it's a trilby, and just like vomiting into your chest.
It wasn't that. For me, it was the fact that like I knew people that actually went out and had the hats and were wearing them before we knew that like lots of guys had the same idea at the same time. It was kind of like radio, There was just like, hey, you know what's a thing? And they all just kind of went out and started doing it to be like a unique, to go buy an article of clothing to replace personality.
Yes.
And it spread.
It's like tattoos and piercings.
Just like anime Hawaiian shirts.
Unfortunately, it never replaced a personality. It just broadcasted a type of personality.
Now, those anime shirts in particular I had a couple, and there was a weird overlap there because you had 2 things happening at the same time. Now, I know about like just the like the button-up nerd side of it, right? Where bunch of dorks we all knew, and including myself, would wear these fucking Goku shirts, or the first one I ever saw was a Hanzo from Samurai Shodown one, and I was fucking jelly. But it came out at the same time that there was like a black street fashion push in that same direction as well. So like in particular the iceberg shirt, you have these shirts with like Bugs Bunny on them and with a lot of other like cartoon characters and things like that. Those styles became fashionable at the time, and then it also came alongside this anime touch where it was a little bit of the early days where people were like, wait, hold on a minute, black people like anime? What? You know? And so there was two things happening at the same time. So there was just full on geek, anime geeks, whatever in general, and then there was like black anime fans popping up that were wearing these things, and it was more street, and like those two audiences kind of coalesced till we got to the point where we're at now with these shirts. And you know, it wouldn't be out of place to see like a Kenshin or a Looney Tunes, you know, fancy ass button up on somebody outside. But you know, that had to go eventually. That had to go.
Every time you think you can't get more embarrassed about the past, parts of the past that you've successfully deleted from your memory come back, roaring, angry that you forgot. God, that shit was so fucking embarrassing. Oh my God.
My cousin had a Black Bart shirt, baby. He had a Black Bart shirt. In fact, I
don't know the genesis of that.
Black Bart was on sale in numerous barbershops, numerous West Indian stores.
Oh my God.
You go down to Little Jamaica, right? You go down to Corner Cuts, Crazy Cuts, right? You're going to get your little edge up. Right? And then you're going to see, hey, what are we going to do today? You want the Nike swoosh? What kind of part we're doing? You want to get something going in the back? How are we going to handle this fade, right? You edge up, and then on the way out, you see on the wall, little Black Bart. And you're like, that's hilarious. Let me get one of those. And then you rock a Black Simpsons shirt. And it's just, you know, it's just what it was. It's just what it was. It was a time. It was a place. You had to be there. It made sense. If you went to Jump Up, if you went to Jamaica Day, if you went to any Trinidadian festival, it was what it was. And you don't question it. You just watch as we take cartoon characters and we make them black. And we put them on a shirt. And in Black Bart's case, he was still yellow. He was just darker yellow. You know?
It's like that. Simpsons are so fucking weird looking, man. So when you change their race, but you have to keep the fucking yellow aesthetic going, it's like it's fucking weird.
Every artist had their own take on it. What are you gonna do? But all this to say that I think the wife beater is definitely most appreciated, but Fedora comes in a hard second place / Trilby. And then there's squabbling for whatever comes next. I had a period in time where I was rocking my pocket watch.
Really?
Yeah, I had a pocket watch. I got a gift from my mom for graduation.
Oh man, I just remembered my absolute most embarrassing fashion thing ever. Which was like the fucking 7+ months that I decided to just keep wearing a Santa hat.
Just casually.
Yeah.
And if anyone asked you, what are you doing?
I was like, I like it.
Oh, man. That's that energy. That's that I'm looking for a personality energy.
Man.
I have none. I have no personality whatsoever. Here, let me attempt to create one. I will fashion it out of this hat. And people will see me. It was Sejep, wasn't it?
Yeah, you saw it.
I sure did. It's coming back. And you'd have this thing.
I wore it for forever, man.
You'd have this thing, and people would just be like, what's with the guy with the Santa hat? And you'd be like, yeah, that's me. I'm the guy with the Santa hat. What a wacky, quirky guy. We should go find out more about him. He is a mystery. Fuck. 100% the same energy. Same energy. Let me go
At
fucking
least-
accessorize a personality, bro.
At least it was not. Oh god, but oh man, I think the worst part about it was that thing got so hot. So like, I stopped wearing it because we hit like the non-winter months, and that became just untenable because I would put it on for like 5 seconds and I would just start sweating like crazy.
But I gotta be interesting though. My head is burning, and I'm massively uncomfortable.
It sucks.
There is liquid pouring down the back of my neck, but
it's gross.
But nah, I gotta be interesting though. Yep.
Man.
And that is you interrupted me talking about a pocket watch, mind you, for that.
Yeah.
So trust.
Oh no, yours
Trust.
is way not. A pocket watch at least is like a cool item.
Again, it was a graduation gift. My mom got it for me. It was engraved with,
It's a cool item.
And I was like, yeah, this is nice. And I had my chain on a wallet anyway, so a chain like to not have my wallet like fall out or or whatever was already part of what was going on there. So I'm like, okay, I don't mind. I can just add that there. Walking around with an icebreaker on. Trying to get that conversation started. I did.
Man, I was such a awkward, fucked up dumbass in that era. Like, ugh. I don't know if you've ever seen the comic, but there's the comic of this guy. He's like, oh, I go back in time, and he's a time machine. It's like a shitty MS Paint comic, and he sees himself like in the college era. That's like, oh my god, I'll never get a girlfriend. I hate, and he just picks up his past self.
Yeah.
Puts him into a meat grinder and starts to fade away like Back to the Future, and just goes, I don't even care.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Like that's how I view myself back when I was like 20.
Mm-hmm.
Matt, did you refuse to wear jackets when it was cold? I did. I did refuse to wear jackets when it was cold.
Just remembering, I did eventually get a second pocket watch. It was the Edward Elric one, the Full Metal Alchemist one. I remember I saw that and I was like, "Oh shit!"
Did you wear it on your?
No. That was just a like, this is an item from the show / manga, and I was like, "Oh, that's a." It's kind of like how like I have a fucking Death Note, I'm like, that's merch. That's merch to me.
Does it have the shit scrawled in the?
Don't forget. Never forget. It's scrawled in. I think it's. I for something. I forget the date, so I did forget. But it does have the actual etched in date on it. Yeah. I was like, I'm like, that's a pretty fun piece of merch to get from a thing. I thought that was cool. But no, like the main pocket watch I used was the gift one, so
Yeah, I think that, how do I put this? It's the ideal is that when you get old and die, you are the least embarrassing variant of every variation of yourself you've ever been. So it is unshocking to hear that decade-old style variants of ourselves are in fact hyper embarrassing.
You say that, but the oldest version of you, in theory, is just dropping shit right out of the butt and completely incontinent.
I mean, it's humanity starts at 5, maybe 7.
But it's supposed to end a whole lot earlier than 80.
Nah, we're good.
We definitely were not meant to go that long. We figured it out eventually, but back in the day it was like, what are you like? You're like 20? Yeah, did you have a kid yet? What are you like 30? All right, you can go. Well, anyway,
It's amazing how long you can live as long as you don't die.
What's important is that you look at yourself right now, top to bottom, and then and then you think about a decade from now.
All right.
How you're going to look back at this form and absolutely die inside.
I'll probably just have nicer pajamas. Let's be real.
You don't know what it is yet. There will be something about you right now that will absolutely embarrass and cringe the shit out of you in 10 years. This will be hard to look at, but you got to figure out what.
Nah, I'm good.
You say that.
I've hit the finality of my evolution where now I find it respectable to become more disgusting.
You got lucky and fell into a niche side pocket on the Plinko board that allows you to become more disgusting and not endanger your ability to eat food, breathe air.
Oh, I know exactly what it's going to be. In 10 years, I'll have shit my pants at some point. And I will look back on the version of myself that's terrified daily of shitting his pants and go, ugh, amateur. As I shit my pants.
It's the over-under that you tweet out the exact moment that it happens.
Yeah. I'll be honest. I'm on the honor system, guys. If I shit my pants, I'll tell you.
Immediately.
I'll cry a little bit first.
Immediately.
Yeah, but I'll cry. Okay, I'll cry it out. I'll cry it out first.
Pre-shower.
No. No, you don't get that. No one gets that.
Like in the moment, we're talking live breaking news. Before you've even had a chance to assess the situation.
No, I will not. I don't tweet unclean. Thank you.
Sounds like bitch to me. But
all right, why don't you shit your pants and then you start tweeting with the poop in your butt?
I will hit the Periscope button.
No, you won't.
I won't.
I'm like, you want to put that to limit right now? Fucking just shit your pants right now. You're live right now. You don't even need to hit the button. Just do it. Do it, pussy. Shit yourself.
I don't have to.
Don't you?
Right now? No, I'm pretty empty. Anything else?
Nah, not really.
Okay.
I realized in my group of FF14 buddies that like 7 out of 10 of them have every single fucking class to cap. So I've decided to embark on that journey via what I'm going to call like osmosis peer pressure. But I mean, that's not all that interesting. I'm just grinding a lot of classes to cap.
I played a lot of things.
All right, what do we got?
1, cracked open new journey post KOTOR, playing some Halo. I've played the first half of Halo 1, I think.
Already? Holy shit.
The Master Chief Collection. Going back to see what's up. Played it because I played it as a multiplayer game with my like nephews back in the day, but you know, and I remember like it just being around in a multiplayer context at like parties and things like that. But I never actually sat down and went like, oh, let's just play this you know, story mode,
the
campaign. So going through it, and man, one thing that like there's a lot that's pretty great about it, but one thing that really stands strong is the fucking music is incredible.
Oh yeah, it's good.
Music is so strong.
Good music.
Most notable about the game is just how many banger tracks are kicking in on a regular basis. Other fun thing about the Master Chief Collection on PC, well, I think this is in both versions of the game. I'm not sure, but you hit that back button and the game just switches back to the original.
Yeah, that's in all versions.
So you just alternate between whatever you want at the time, no questions asked.
It's a cool goddamn feature.
Well, it's the perfect, like, oh, do you hate what you're looking at and you just wanted an up-resed version of the old thing? Here it is. Oh, do you want to check it out for a second and then switch back? Here you go. Magical. Loading gone, and even the new features that they put in. So they put in collectible skulls, and they put in terminals that have spoilers on them. Dodging the terminals. We're dodging the terminals, but we are, when you switch back to the classic mode, they cease to exist.
Oh, cool.
So you can walk over the item in classic mode and it just doesn't exist. It's literally just the old game. So fucking incredible. And I want more remakes to have things like that, because unless they go for like we've rearranged the stage or the content in some way, if you can do that, that would be a great feature. I remember Ninja Turtles on Xbox 360, the Turtles in Time remake. It was garbage, but it had that ability as well, where you just hit the button to go back to the classic on it, and that way you can just you just stop one form of complaint, which is just, I wanted the original. It's like, well, here it is, and the game that you're remaking should be faithful enough that like you can feel every little aspect of it, like being that accurate that you can just input the exact same thing, and the assets and everything displaying is just, again, looks better, but it still works 100% identically. Halo actually looks, because of the way the game was, the way the textures worked in the older version of it, it's easier to read and pick up items and see what's going on, because
I fucking bet
the MCC version adds a lot of like foliage and like texture work that makes it harder to notice things on the ground. It's actually like kind of interesting where you have to switch. You don't have to, but we switch back sometimes to just be like, oh yeah, right over there. Okay, when I want to scan the room for a gun or scan the room for an item or something that's going on, it's easier to just go back to the original because it's just much flatter. But yeah, it's cool, man. It's nothing much to say. Enjoying John Halo, and slowly finding out what's going on with
his name is actually John Halo. That's the craziest thing.
Well, there you go. Finding out what the deal is with this Cortana start menu, and why I can't get rid of it. And actually the catalyst for what made me interested. There's a lot. I mean, I've always been curious, but something that pushed a good deal was someone sent in a message that was just a list of ship names from the Halo franchise.
Oh, yeah, they're good.
And I fucking was
really
impressed. Really impressed by the ship names in that franchise. Like, they're the exact kind of naming conventions that I like, that I have used for my own stories in the past and my own canons. Like, Pillar of Autumn is a great one, but like they went down the list of like human and Covenant ships, and I was like, okay, these are really, really strong names. Yeah.
You get into shit for the most off tangent reason. It's so crazy to me. Like the impetus for you getting into what are ostensibly like huge mainstream classics are always these like little tertiary pieces that just hit a specific piece of your brain.
Details matter. Details matter. What can I say? I like specific things. It's also why so many people are so bad at predicting what I'm going to like and not like in some cases. Like, there's a lot of people that do get me, but there's a lot of people that think they have me pegged that super don't. And yeah, there's these little details that like I'm like that hits me in right in the aesthetic. Lowercase with spaces between each letter.
Even for me, I'm like just terrible at figuring out like what you actually like. So like the best mentality that I've been able to like latch onto is okay, do I like it? All right, there's a 50-50 chance that you'll like it, and as long as it doesn't have a lot of progression hooks. Because Wooly doesn't get hooked by progression hooks.
Yeah. In some cases it's mechanical. But I mean, in the case of Halo, I know what Halo is. I know, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just been sitting there, and that's always been like a wonder what's going on with that. And that's about it. That's the end of the thought. So when I see a little detail like oh fuck, look at these cool names, it makes me think, I wonder if there are other things that are this well detailed and handled in this franchise. Because if you show me an example of this good of a job done with this specific naming convention, I'm going to hope that you extrapolate that type of creativity elsewhere into it. So now I want to go find more of this. In some cases, it's I'm mistaken, and what people told me about was the only cool thing. And it was like, oh, well, you told me the only cool thing. The rest is not that great. But other time,
what a bummer.
But every once in a while, it's like, no, that really was just the tip of the iceberg. And there was a lot of great shit happening here.
Yeah, you asked earlier, like, what's the deal with Halo? And all I could think of, my brain just wanted to shout out big levels.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the deal with Halo.
Big levels and sci-fi gunning instead of realistic gunning. That's all cool. And I know that it's mainly about, it's a console multiplayer game that, like, everyone fucking lived on.
Kind of picked up the slack that Perfect Dark and GoldenEye laid down.
But yeah, when it comes to lore, like, that can pull me in, and I can even look past, like, I can look past mechanical, I guess, what's the word? Hurdles for me, or mechanical like revulsion in a way, like things that are like, oh, I'm turned off by that. But if there's like a good lore that can carry it in a way, depends. And I also have to kind of not be spoiled on it too in a weird way. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't fully break it down.
Master Chief Collection's like a really weird. What is the last game in Master Chief? It's Halo 1, 2, 3, ODST, and Reach, right?
Yes, and the last two are not available yet. So right now on PC, only Reach 1 and 2 are available. 3 and ODST are going to be added later. 4 as well.
Halo 4 is in there. Hold on. I'm gonna look it up. I have Steam in front of me right now.
Yeah, it's a giant game list. It seemed like it was, I think, everything but 5, but I'm not 100%.
So let's see, what's it got? It's got the Halo 1, it's got the Halo 2, it's got the Halo Reach. There's no ODST or Snow ODST or what do you call it? 3 on here yet, which is really bizarre actually. Those are good games. You can just fucking not play Halo 4 onwards.
Well,
you're good.
We'll find out. What I do know is that in 3, John Halo came back to finish the fight.
He did.
And then there was more fighting to finish.
Many more fights to fight.
So refinish the fight
again. Halo 4, if I remember correctly, one of the big complaints that people had of it was that it brought in like a ton of shit that was like, I hope you read those Halo books. And it's like, no, I fucking didn't. No one did. I'm sure the person that's yelling at me that they did right now did.
I can prove to you that no one read those Halo books.
How can you prove to me that no one read those Halo books?
Do you remember how the Spartan outfit jerks you off when you're stressed? There's a stress release. Do you remember that?
I'm gonna say no. I don't remember that.
We talked about it. We talked about it years ago.
I bet we did. We talked about a lot of shit.
We talked about the page. There's a page in one of the books where it says that was posted, where it describes that the Spartan armor features all the latest state-of-the-art technology, including stress release for soldiers that need it in order to keep them focused on their tasks at hand. And then they kind of cut off mid-sentence. Right?
Okay.
So that spread like wildfire.
Zoodle suck your dick. Got it.
That spread like wildfire, and everybody was in on that, and it blew up. Turns out it was a Photoshop. Turns out that page isn't real. That page was completely fake. But
the fact that no one knew that it was fake means no one read those books.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Took too long to uncover the truth.
See?
Everyone got exposed. So, but yeah, man, it's good. It's good, and I'm a fan of wacky.
Willie, you're coming on a podcast in 2020, going, yeah. So I played Halo 1, and it's good.
Yeah, that's me.
It's good. It's a good game.
You know what I just beat? I just beat KOTOR 2. You know what I played before that?
Shut the fuck up. That is the most bullshit.
You know what I played before that?
Ever.
Half-Life. You know what I played before that? Spec Ops: The Line. Also Doom. Problem?
The only problem I have is your comparison of, like, the cultural fucking cachet of Halo versus KOTOR 2.
What are you talking about?
Like, you go, yeah, I just played Halo's, Halo's cool. And it's like, yeah, KOTOR 2 is I'm not going to say it's obscure, but there wasn't a Halo on a fucking Doritos. Sorry, there wasn't a fucking KOTOR on the Doritos.
Fair enough, but I name it anyway as an example of a game that my circle, at the very least, and my friends since high school have been pushing me to play. It has been an ever-present thing floating on the bubble of the outside. But Halo is, of course, fucking Halo. The point remains is I have no issue whatsoever going back and checking shit out. It's a good time. These are good games. But yeah, Halo, what's up?
It's all right.
I like the games.
I honestly always thought it was like laughably overrated. They're good, but people that were just like gray sponge. Oh my
I'm
God,
setting my brain back.
Design.
I'm setting my brain back to the era that these games were in to try and think about it with that sort of, mentality. So, within that, I'm having a good time with these old classics, and I'm finding out why they were so beloved. I'm finding out the reasons why people enjoyed them, and I understand. I like guns that are fake, that do cool things.
Fake as shit.
Fake as shit, crazy alien guns. Some good stuff. Shoot all the needles, blow them up. Hell yeah. This one charges.
I always run into the same argument that makes people super pissed off at me whenever I say it. When I say I think that Halo was very overrated, and then I always do the same thing. I always go and type in Halo 1 release date, and it was 2001. Okay, and I go Halo 2 release date, and it's that's 2004, and I'm like Half-Life 2 release date was 2004. Yeah, Halo 2 was a fucking joke that year when everyone was like, this is game of the year. It's
compared to Half-Life 2.
And Doom 3 came out that year as well.
Well, I guess I'll find out eventually. because I can't make the comparison at the moment.
Yeah.
But
I thought for sure you were going to jump to Half-Life 2.
Not immediately. But
hey, you don't do that. That's one of the biggest differences between you and I. Is that you'll go back to like game 1 from like the aughts or earlier even, and you'll be like, "Wow, this series is really cool. I totally missed this." And then you'll be like, "All right, now to wait 3-4 years for the next one that came out in 2002."
But you're framing it interestingly, because you know what's happening in between that time? I'm playing some other good shit. I'm playing some other good shit. There's tons of good shit. So, if you frame it like, oh, I'll just sit and wait and twiddle my thumbs for a couple of years and then do the next thing, yeah, that sounds terrible. But nah, in the meantime, let's pop on Paper fucking Mario and have a great time with that, because it's such a cool game. You never know.
I've never played Thousand Year Door. I keep waiting for.
It's so good. You know.
Well, now I can't do it now. You're doing it.
And here's the other thing, right?
I gotta wait like 6 months.
Here's the other thing. What you have to understand is that that there is the horse blinder effect on any LP, where the number one thing you're going to hear as you're playing a game is, do the next thing after this in the same thing.
Oh man.
Play the sequel. And I remember
DMC2's best game.
I remember this as early as the first LP of Donkey Kong Country. Right? Way back in the day, the one of the most frequent things was, I can't wait for DKC2. So it is literally every game that has ever been played. The only thing that people are thinking of is the next one after this, and then just keep doing the thing. And it's like, I hear that, and I know the next one's good, but there's some other thing that you're not thinking of at all that you will love the moment it hits you out of nowhere, but you don't know what that is, so you're not thinking about it. What you are thinking about is the sequel here, Like, definitely, there's tons of sequels to things we've played so far, but more fun than that is some crazy other good shit you couldn't see coming. And for me, it keeps it interesting, especially. I like jumping around. I like the variety. It's super fun to jump from a game like KOTOR into Paper Mario and Halo into like other shit, Like, absolutely. And it's definitely like, the unstated is, oh yeah, we got Jet Set Radio Future, we got Bayo 2, ever since way back when we were doing some early LPs from a long time ago. But if you like, I bet you, like, all those thoughts about like getting that sequel tend to evaporate the moment you're looking at the cool thing that happened immediately. So for now, it'll be about, of course, the rest of the Halo franchise, but those games are pretty short, so that might happen pretty quickly. But like, it'll be about the other Paper Marios, for example, without necessarily considering like, oh fuck, there's some other crazy shit out there. So I like it. It keeps it fun for me. It keeps it enjoyable, and I feel like I'm catching up on like lost history in a way, through little pockets, little separate pockets in the fog of war, as opposed to one big spot that expands, But at the same time,
hey, I tell you what, though. So you're describing when you're playing something and people are like, man, can't wait for the next thing. I am that kind of person, but I felt nothing of that when you were playing the KOTOR 2, because that would mean that you would have to go and play a tour.
Yeah.
And, you just don't have to do that. Man.
Well, I can fortunately say, shout outs to Azuna. She got all the cutscenes that matter and all the trailers that matter, and summarized essentially what happens in SWTOR. And I caught the cool bits, and I caught the not cool bits, and we're
Those
good.
cinematic trailers are really cool.
Don't need to talk about Revan or the Exile, though.
Just don't need to do that.
That's okay. Yeah, big old ball drops where there was tons of potential. But nonetheless, I say that I enjoy building out these different pockets in different areas, even though there is a slight continuity in the form of first-person shooters. which were
I mean, yeah.
which were something that I was always bad at, you know. So yeah, man. That's
You needed to wait until the technology caught up with your fucked up control shit.
I needed my cube. I needed my tactical assault commander. Yes. Well, anyway, and I'm playing Halo with the controller. You know, like that's.
Well, I mean, shit.
That's
what it was made for.
Made for it, yeah. No, totally. But I mean, that was clearly a franchise Bungie was working on for the Mac back in the day. That, like, you know, they kind of like they were working on it forever. It became a much different project from what they intended. But
it's basically Marathon.
But like, I don't know if they expected it to like scale up to this like industry defining level, you know. And it is fun to kind of go back and see things and go like, oh yeah, prior to this, games weren't really doing regenerating health. You know? Things that like they might have existed, but they weren't widely pushed until this point, you know? So that's what's going on. And I also on my own time for funsies went back to take a look at Way of the Passive Fist, and boy, I forgot how fucking hard that game was.
Oh, yeah, it's for real.
It throws the wall at you immediately. If you recall the second boss with the sunlight.
What is your job to be the wall, Wooly?
You will see the light. You have to be the wall, and it asks you to like get good immediately. It asks you to get good immediately. And it's interesting in that like you have a ton of difficulty options. You can customize the difficulty in that game better than any other game out there. Honestly, I mentioned it before, but I need to give it another shout out because it has 4 sliders for difficulty, and each one gives you a different adjective to describe what kind of wanderer you are. And one of them is the number of encounters, so just literally how often you will fight dudes. One of them is enemy strength, how hard they hit. One of them is combo mastery, and one of them is resourcefulness, how often you get items and things that...
What does combo mastery actually do?
I think combo mastery is how strict the timing is on your parries and your counters and your dodges.
Okay.
So, it lets you fine-tune shit in such a specific way. I love it. I love that. That's such a great idea, you know? It's definitely one that, like, makes it, I guess, if you're someone that wants to do, like, a kind of, like, I want to beat each difficulty and just get the completion, sort of get the achievement type of thing, then what you probably would do is, like, if you set them all to the lowest, then it creates a, like, preset sort of, like, you're like the easiest wanderer kind of thing. The photo updates, all in the middle is default, and then all at the hardest is, like, Way of the Master. So, like, if you want to just kind of have a pre-canned version of all 3, you can just do, like, 1, 2, or 3, but it just breaks up all those difficulties options into 4 separate sliders you can manage individually. Brilliant. Really, really cool with that. Other thing, yeah, Way of the Passive Fist. It just, like, after that second boss where they just, like, ask you to really master the mechanics, they start flooding the stage with, like, hazards and bullshit, and then, like, the bosses after that just get even more ridiculous, and it is a fucking awesome game, but, like, it is one that reminds me of, you know, any Platinum game we like, or DMCs, in that a lot of the difficulty you have is self-imposed. You can probably handle this easier by, of course, you can drop the difficulty, of course, but you can also use, like, dodges to, like, inefficiently handle some enemies. But if you perfectly time a parry, you can, like, get an instant kill on them. You get a bigger reward, and by parrying and building up more parry super meter, you can unlock bigger, better supers. But the moment you fuck up once, you lose all your bar. So it encourages you to constantly try to do the harder thing for a bigger reward. And like your own mind goblins, so to speak,
excuse me,
are going to make you like, you fucked up, you're going to go back to doing the hard thing until you get it right. As opposed to like, you know, popping a gold skull for, not a gold skull, a gold orb, you know? Yeah, Way of the Pacifist, fucking just fun game to revisit. And I also wanted to go through the DLC because I know there was a New Dawn DLC that kind of came out for it. So I'm just like kind of going back through it, but wanted to shout it out again because it doesn't get nearly enough love for like how interesting of a game it is. And I really enjoy games that are difficult through self-imposed limitations in a way. It's hard because you want to do it the right way, and the right way feels good to do.
I should have given that game more time.
Yeah, go grab it. It's I'm pretty sure it's been on sale
Oh,
forever.
I picked it up.
Yeah. There was a good bit of time.
When the fuck is Fight Night coming out? Jesus Lord. I know that's a bit off sequitur, but I just went on to Steam to check out like to double check whether or not I had Way Pacifist.
Yeah.
And my wish list. Fight Night is just fucking staring at me.
Yeah, I think those guys were having some of the similar issues with publishing that we saw happening with like Devil Engine and stuff like that. Like I think they were having some publishing problems, unfortunately. But I know that that's still being worked on. But like, yeah, there's just some garbage surrounding. I forgot the full details of it, but like, yeah, for a while, like Devil Engine got like held up because they literally just weren't allowed to release it, or some fucked up story like that. It was
That's so fucking stupid.
Yeah, it was Dangan being shit, you know.
Don't work with Dangan.
So
Benja's a jerk.
I spent quite a good spell of time playing a game which, if I pull it up, let's see if you recognize the soundtrack. See if you can figure out what game it is.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Also, the sound quality coming through my headphones is shit. Like it is stopping and starting and breaking all over.
No? Nothing?
No, dude, I don't think you understand.
It's not working at all?
The sound I'm getting it.
Okay, alright. That's fine. Triple Triad has been a good bit of my time this week when I feel like switching over from
That's
Tech Bed.
weird. None of the music I heard was in Triple Triad.
The song I played was Triple Triad there, but I don't know.
How? At the end there? Oh, because it was cutting out horribly.
This is the Triple Triad
there's
song.
the Oogie Boogie Shuffle.
Yeah, so... Anyway, Triple Triad, fucking great. Played it a lot. Still enjoy it. Still a good game. Still what I'm looking for. I was basically jumping into Gwent to see what was up with the, you know, like, can I just do a quick little, I feel like killing some time here and just doing a little pop, 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 throw the cards down. And I was able to basically go back to the source of what I wanted on that and just fucking play some Triple Triad, and it's as great as it always was. And
what format are you actually playing it in?
It is in the FF Portal app.
Oh god, that is true. They did release that.
You download the FF Portal, and in the top corner there's a button to go to the Triple Triad game. I don't know what the app does. I have no idea. I've never looked at anything except for that button. Some shit pops up and I just mash past it, and I hit the Triple Triad button, and then I go and I play some Triple Triad. Now, unfortunately, it uses like the game center, and then you play online with people, but like no one's fucking on this thing ever. So it's mostly just playing against the computer. But
they like dropped the ball on that laughably. It was fucking weird.
Yeah, it's kind of insane that like they decided to go about this in this way as opposed to just making a gigantic, simple triple triad card game that would be on its own as a major product right now. Like Square would make so much money if they just made a triple triad standalone piece.
No, I don't wanna.
But you know, whatever. Instead, they do things like they put it in 14, right? And they kind of just have it in this weird way where they're just like, just embrace it. Just make it a standalone thing with lots of cards that people can play and have fun against each other with. But anyway, they don't want it, so that's fine. In the meantime, I'm playing this version of it and playing against the computer, and there's lots of different collectible cards you get from, whatever, winning. You steal your card after you beat somebody, and it's still good. So that's a great time waster. When I need a quick break from other shit.
Are you like intentionally going around and like just doing just gonna hit every card game?
No, not necessarily.
Or is this just happens? Your brain just went, hey man, I mentioned triple triad last week. Fucking triple triad though.
Actually, so I mentioned Gwent when I was talking about like, I wanted to go see because it seemed like it was gonna be kind of as good as Pizak or triple triad. And then someone sent me a link that went, hey, did you know that it's in the Portal app? And I went, no, I didn't. And I went and I was like, holy fuck. Here it is.
It is in the Portal app.
I didn't know that.
How about that shit?
So now I've been told about it, so now I'm playing it. That's how that happened. Yeah. And I know Runeterra's there. I hear it. I hear you. I also know about...
I didn't say anything. I didn't say shit.
You said it last week.
Oh, yeah, I did. The actual one that
Magic the Gathering
I would
Arena.
actually point you to is a game that I didn't know existed at all. And I think I looked it up, and apparently that was that game's massive failure, is that people didn't know it existed at all. Apparently Thronebreaker is literally the game you were asking for last week for like Gwent but single player.
PvE Gwent, yes.
And apparently it's incredible, and no one knew it came out.
Yep, I got a whole lot of news about that too.
Just like, fuck.
Well, I mean, I was there on the stage when the stage announcement for Gwent happened, so I remember being like, oh, they took the card game out of The Witcher and then made it its own thing. So Thronebreaker
it's a game now.
Did not hear about that in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, I'm down to go see what that's about too. No problems, because it's basically like just I'm more or less like the Teppen ladder remains what it is, and it's a persistent thing of just like, okay, I know what I know about these decks right now, and there's a new character. The new character is going to come soon. The Palico is coming out next, and until that happens,
feline technically.
Feline. And until that,
people are asking why it's not Palico, and that's because feline is the race.
Palico is the job.
Palico is the job. Yeah.
Okay. Well, until it comes out, I got not much to say. And yeah, took a fucking big old deep dive into Mugen World.
Oh God. Oh Christ. Oh Lord.
Yeah, I told the full story of my Mugen history, and then decided to go in and find out what was happening. I've told it a couple times, but I don't think I've ever told it in the fullest depth that I did when we got into Mugen. So I decided to go look and see, and we played one of the most advanced Mugen projects ever put out, which was the Capcom vs. SNK 3 Fight of the Millennium pack. Which
for a second there, I was expecting you to say that you dove into the Mugen world and you were back to making your own characters.
No. I told everyone about my history with Mugen, and then I went through the history of Mugen over the years afterwards, and how it got to the final state, which is of course Salty Bet. But but before that, there was a really impressively put together Capcom vs. SNK 3 pack game that has a full Like it has its full like loading screens, presentation, custom everything. Everything looks real. Everything looks legit. It is got the sounds and sights of a CVS3, and and like they've got the characters that are kind of, they're filtered to resemble each other. They look a bit like CVS2 sprites, but like with some extra, with kind of like just pixel filtering on them to make them blend. But they pulled in some rival schools characters. They threw in some obscure like SNK characters in there. They got Eliza playable.
What?
And it's a Eliza is playable, and it's a pretty
fucking Mugen.
And it's a pretty decent sprite edit of Mackie. They got Blair Dame in there. Like, yeah, it was like they put the work in. I'm like, okay, I see what you're doing here. They have like Rasetsmaru and just, you know, all things considered, I'm like, yeah, I'm impressed with how much work you put in here. Even though the characters are not balanced in any way, shape, or form, shit's broken as fuck. Some people can air dash like Guilty Gear and triple jump, and others are slow and like, you know, Street Fighter 2-esque. Yeah. But hey, it's, you know, it's fucking Mugen, right? So this is a great example of how far you can take the program. And then of course, Salty Bet had to be watched. So
you kind of have to.
You got to do it at this point. And you know, I kind of said it during the stream, but I'm happy with the place Mugen ended at, which is the Salty Bet as its final form, because Salty Bet is the most enjoyable and accessible version to the largest amount of people of a make your own fighting game engine. Yeah. You don't even have to play it. You
just have to enjoy it.
You don't even have to play it. You don't have to make it. You don't have to do anything. You just have to tune in. And it's what we always say fighting games have the potential to be, which is the perfect spectator sport. 2 life bars, 2 characters. No one knows their moves. If you had to learn how to play, quote unquote, Salty Bet, it would be impossible.
Jesus Christ.
It would be impossible, right? But the dream of what we believe in when it comes to fighting games being potentially more popular is absolutely perfectly encapsulated by Salty Bet, where you just press the button to turn it on and you see 2 characters and you don't know anything about them, but you're like, I'm in. I like that guy. I like that guy. I like her.
Oh man, it's Silver Samurai. Oh, that guy looks cool.
It's fucking Disgaea. Let's go, you know? And then you just see whatever nonsense takes place and you enjoy it. And then you're surprised, you're shocked, you're putting your fucking money down, you're losing it. It's all the fun of the horse races, except it's with very easy to understand fighting games. You got meter, you got life, you got 2 characters, beat you up. So that's what I'm happy. I'm happy that Salty Bet is like the final resting place for Mugen, you know? As long as that exists, and there must always be a Salty Bet, you will always have the purest form of like the dream of fighting games.
Just everybody. Just get everybody in there, man.
It would be awesome if there was a way to, like, if somewhere down the line there was a game that like allowed for, I don't know, something that allowed for a spectator level of the level of excitement that comes from watching Salty Bet, except it's people playing, you know?
Yeah, it's called gambling.
Of course. Of course.
What do you want?
But I mean specifically.
It's called Evo having a gambling Twitch app.
But I mean specifically with fighting games, and I mean specifically like all day, you know? But yeah. So good times. All of that. The Mugen adventures are going to be popping up in the form of getting to fighting games and getting to Salty Bet a little later on the channel this week. And yeah, Halo with me and Little V going down. You can check that out as well. I think the first episode in anime form at least, is debuting today. Since the Master Chief Collection has no couch co-op, we're actually
Really?
it has no couch co-op.
That's shocking.
So we are doing 2 different feeds, and like at least for the first episode, they're going to be edited into like into highlights. But after that, we might go to split screen or something else because it was way too nightmarish in the editing process for Min. So we will see how it goes. It has couch co-op on the console version. It does not have it on the PC.
Why not on the PC? Come on.
I don't know, but the feature is missing on PC.
Well, come on. You can do that. It has graphics.
So you can check that all out.
You can get graphics on PC.
Yeah, I know. They could have, but they didn't do it. Fucking sucks, bro. You can check that all out over on Wooly Versus on YouTube. And, yeah, streaming on Twitch as well. Wooly Versus on Twitch. We're going to be doing, Halo and Paper Mario The 1,000-Year Door continues.
The fuck am I playing this week? Just at this moment where I'm just like, I have no fucking idea.
We also went back to Worms and played some Worms.
Oh, yeah? Worms is a good fucking game.
Yeah, but each one gets worse.
Yeah.
But the newest Worms did add something really cool. The newest Worms, WMD, has vehicles, and like you can jump into a giant robot. So that was cool. But everyone just kind of like is like, but Worms Armageddon though, you know?
Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm. So then we played Worms Armageddon. It was great.
Yeah, that's good. I just checked my fucking shit. I'm streaming I'm streaming, what do you call it? I'm streaming Ori this week. I'm gonna take a look at fucking some more Dead by Daylight. Get to do an FF14 stream. Been a million years since I did that. I'm also gonna see how far I can get in Dusk. Because that game is the shit. That game is the fucking shit. I love Dusk.
I'm going to iron out the kinks on my schedule, but I'll publish it after this because still have to decide. There's a couple of things that I need to figure out if I can do or not.
Hey, have you checked out the new schedule tool they got on the Twitch?
I didn't check it out, but I saw it exists. It seems to be automatic, right? It just kind of like...
Well, what you do is you go into preferences and you switch the fucking games around.
Okay.
And then it displays on like a schedule tab.
Yeah, that was pretty rad.
On your, I'm using it to like not only as a schedule tab, but I'm taking just screenshots of the fucking thing and posting it to my Twitter. Like it looks nice. And when you go to the schedule tab and then you click on it, it gives you like the VOD for that shit, like in the past.
Sweet.
It seems to be a hell of a lot more useful for non-variety people because, like you can't plan in advance ever.
But is it showing you the past or the future?
It's showing you this week. So I change it on Sundays.
Okay, so it's showing you what's upcoming, and if you're in the middle of the week, it'll put a VOD. And what if it hasn't happened yet? It'll just put like the icon of the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool. That's good. That's good. Yeah. So that'll. I'll take a look at that then. Right.
Oh yeah, if you want to check out my stream, you can check it out at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. That'll be starting at 4 p.m. this week.
A couple things happened this week. A couple of announcements. Nothing humongous, but there are some stories in the news. First, though, we should take a quick word from our sponsors.
Yes, let's.
This week, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by DoorDash.
Hey, DoorDash, what's up?
The door is your own, and the dash is the dash to bring you the food that you should eat from wherever you desire, because DoorDash is out there with over 300,000 partners in the U.S., Puerto Rico, Canada and Australia. It's the food that comes to you. You know the deal. You know what's up. If you somehow missed it, it's simple. This is a time when you want to have convenience of meals delivered while you take care of other things. Life is busy. It gets hard.
I would say so, yeah.
There's a lot going on. So, hey, why put the extra time and sweat and worry into figuring out what you're going to do to eat, what's going to be for dinner, what you're going to do for lunch, whatever's going on. You help yourself with your free time, and you support the restaurants that currently need the support that you like if you want to keep them going by ordering from a distance and having them bring it right to you, and having them drop it off safely with the no contact delivery options.
This past week was the first week in 6 months that Paige and I ordered food, and it felt like we were discovering some kind of hidden technology, like upsetting in how ravenous I ate on delivered food once more.
Damn, that's wild. I've been DoorDashing this whole time.
Well, the basic mentality that I had was that we got to be safe.
I get it.
And then I was like, well, Wooly hasn't died yet.
I've been DoorDashing all day.
And I know he's been ordering a lot of takeout, so it's probably fine.
Oh, yes. That
was the mentality.
This has been the way of life, my friend.
I'm glad you were able to test drive safety of the world for me. That's appreciated.
Yeah, and again, the fact that it's like, yo, I like that place, and I would, like, instead of going down there and like having a meal whenever I would just to enjoy it or whatever, I can just be like, okay, you guys right now, no one's able to walk in, but at least I can still get some takeout, and they could use the business. So it certainly is an extremely handy thing to use right around now. And of course, you can help support the podcast as well. So, hey, check out DoorDash. Right now, our listeners can get $5 off and 0 delivery fees on their first order of $15 or more when you download the DoorDash app and enter code CASTLE. That's $5 off and 0 delivery fees on your first order when you download the DoorDash app in the App Store and enter code CASTLE. Don't forget, code CASTLE for $5 off your first order with DoorDash. Thanks, DoorDash.
Thanks, DoorDash.
Okay, so let's just get right to it.
All right, let's do it.
What kind of pubic hair? What kind of pubic hair you want?
Sorry?
What kind of pubic hair you want?
I'm indifferent.
Curly? Like strong nappy? Thin and wispy? What are we doing?
I'm indifferent.
We can do classic curly. We can go classic curly on that. Okay, you've got 2 types of penis you can go with.
All right.
Multiple
I
size.
have a sneaking suspicion I know what types of penis that is.
There's multiple size options, but in terms of type, you can choose your types.
All right. Strong, fighting, rock type, electric type.
I suspect we're going the recognizable type. And the full-on robot. I
don't think that's what the types are going to be.
I think that's what the types might be. It might be recognizable and full-on robo.
I don't think that's what the types are going to be.
We'll find out. Different size options, of course. Now, what kind?
They're going to be circumcised and uncircumcised.
Oh yeah, that's true too.
You fucking dumbass.
Okay, but what kind of a JJ though? What kind of JJ are we rocking?
There's only one type.
There is only one option. This is true. Thankfully.
That customization
Because
article, or whatever you want to call it, for
you could have had two types there, but that doesn't...
Cyberpunk.
That's not good.
Is like the actual stupidest fucking thing I've seen in a long time. The game is played 99% in the first person. Like, what the fuck does any of this matter?
Yeah, that's never stopped any of these first-person games from fucking detailing shit you can't see before.
Yeah, it's stupid as shit!
The fuck is Skyrim doing?
Well, Skyrim has a button you can hit to play in third person.
All right. I hope Cyberpunk...
You can play the whole game in third person.
I wish Cyberpunk would let you do that, but I think
yeah,
they deconfirmed it already.
Yeah.
And Destiny, here's the tease. Here's the tease while you do the cool.
Don't even talk to me about that shit. I'm so fucking... I installed that game, played it for 2 hours, went, what the fuck am I doing? And uninstalled it.
That's correct. Anyway, we have Cyberpunk 2077 character customization, 5 types of pubic hair, 2 penis types. As you probably correctly pointed out, circumcised and uncircumcised are likely going to be the options, yes. Thankfully, those are not the options on the vagina, however. There's 1. And then we have 3 variations of nipples. So, I think you know. I think we
Innie, outie,
No!
sideways.
No. Like, big old dinner plate.
Oh, pepperoni.
Pepperoni, small, and non-existent.
All right. That's
like the one that doesn't even have any coloring on it.
all right.
I imagine you can then go deal with your piercings and shit later at your cosmetic person. You're not gonna be stuck with cosmetics on and on automatically. Yeah, that's what's going down. 35 hairstyles. I think we can do with 35 hairstyles as long as you can move them around and position them as you would like. Don't limit us on the hair.
What do you mean? Like put them on your arm?
No. So in Code Vein, it's got the hairstyles, but then you can swap them so that, like, if you want a part on the left side, you can mirror the hair going the opposite side, so you can wear them in more than one way. So I'd just make sure that you can do things like that, or perhaps even like if you want to kind of layer them in so that, like, you can sometimes create kind of cool customized things. Like sometimes you can, like Soul Calibur will let you put 2 types of things at the same time to kind of if they
I see what you mean.
If they combine in an interesting way, So yeah, allow for all that funsies. But yes, it is first person, so unfortunately, you're not going to fully enjoy it most of the time. Which in games like this, I would want to stare at it all day.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that game.
Cyberpunk 2077?
Yeah.
Really? It looks so cool. I'm really excited for it. What's the trepidation?
I get a feeling that game keeps getting remade over and over.
Possibly, but is there anything about it that looks bad? Like, so far, everything I've seen looks rad.
Everything we have seen looks rad, but for a game that's been in development for so long and is supposedly near but keeps getting delayed over and over and is on like super infinite crunch, I'm shocked we haven't seen more.
Okay. That doesn't equal, like, I thought there was something that you saw that you were like, I saw this footage of something that looked shitty, and thus I am worried about it.
No, there's something about it that makes me wary. Especially since some of the hands-on, they did let people play hands-on, and people were like, "Yeah, the shooting is bad," which makes sense, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know. Shit looks hot, I guess. Mm. Um, what's the crunch situation though? Not to just hand wave over that because that sounds pretty shit.
Oh, they've been crunching for like 11 months. Like nonstop.
Has CD Projekt addressed this in the past with other projects?
Oh yeah, they've said, well, that's just what you got to do. You want to make big games. Like I mean, I like fucking shat all over Druckmann for being the crunch lord, which he is, but fucking nobody has a candle to like CD Projekt. Because they're out in Poland and they don't give a shit.
Clearly not.
Like you look at the fucking photos of the staff during the various Witcher games, and they are just melting.
I've seen the photo of the director from each game.
That's the one.
I've seen that. But
also, there's been all sorts of allegations about like their fucked up work environment. Like there was a unsubstantiated rumor that there was a like massive shit fight between one of the gameplay directors and the actual director.
Okay.
Over how Geralt should control in Witcher 3. And they basically kept just making changes to the goddamn game without telling the other.
Okay.
Until the guy who wanted Geralt to control well got fired over it. And then the game came out and everyone's like, Geralt controls like shit. And then they put the alternate control in.
That's stupid.
It sure is. Now, again, unsubstantiated, but I don't know. That seems legit.
That's a bummer, because as someone who has not played CD Projekt games, well, technically, I guess now I've played Gwent.
Technically, you have.
Technically, I've played Gwent. I thought that the promotional and source material for Cyberpunk had me immensely excited. Everything I've seen has looked fucking awesome. The promise of like what kind of world that's going to be, and just like the finer details of it based on the tabletop game is something that seems like super rich and explorable. So I'm just like, fuck yeah, like if this is going to deliver on that, I'm very excited, for all of that. Plus, me, I love character customization. All these things are good signs in my book. So, I also just don't have that sort of like, I don't know what the word is, but it's almost like you kind of look at something based on like the schedule of time creates a potential red flag that you kind of hold up in a way. I don't have that necessarily because I'm fine to, let a thing happen and then see how it go.
That.
But it's what you're describing here.
So one thing that I feel extremely confident about, and everybody's saying that like I'm just trying to kill everybody's hype or whatever, there's no way that game's coming out in this year. There's absolutely no goddamn way in hell.
Sure.
That is not a reality. I bet it's going to get pushed back like another 6 months, because I have waited for CD Projekt games, and they always get pushed back again and again and again.
That doesn't affect how I feel about how good it is when I'm playing it, though.
It affects how I feel about it right now, because I bet that game is in a fucked up state right now.
Yeah, but I'm able to not care about that when it's out, because then it's there. So who cares? They're making it.
Mm-hmm.
We've had this discussion before in many forms, but it essentially is, yeah, it's being made. It's being made. I don't care. When it's here, then I'm like, cool, now let's see what's up. But I don't carry over any of that, like, preparation, like, development process.
Yeah, somebody pointed out that I'm talking to a guy who's playing Halo 1 right now, so what the fuck do you care about when it comes out? It's fair enough.
if you want to take it to that extreme, certainly. But the point remains is I'm my basis for what I like is what the game is going to be. And if it is in a fucked up state right now and it doesn't launch in a fucked up state, then that's a good thing.
Oh, it'll launch in a fucked up state.
Okay.
It's a CD Projekt game.
Okay.
It will absolutely launch in a fucked up state.
Okay.
There's no
I have no
question.
experience with them on that, so that sucks. But all I guess I'm trying to say is that the, you know, like the whatever's happening now side of things, I'm like, yeah, okay, that's cool, but whatever. When it's in my hands, then that's when you start. That's when the ticker starts almost, you know. The rest of it's invisible. It's invisible shit.
Man, I'm not trying to convince anybody. I'm just saying, like, yeah, it's something about it's not the timing and the things that they've shown. I went from being absolutely very excited to just kind of being like, I don't know. I'm not as confident with this as I was before.
Wooly the consumer. Yeah, I guess if that's the way, if that's how you want to simplify it, if that's all it takes, there's no nuance whatsoever. It's just, you know, accept what is, and that's all there is to it. So, so yeah, pick your dick type. There you go. That's the news story.
I don't understand, like, out of all the things that they've shown off in the past, like they did the 90 minutes thing a while ago, right? Why is everyone freaking out over the fucking character customization?
Well, for one thing, I happen to really like character customization in general. I think it's hilarious that they're giving you those options because no other games do that. And I think it's also hilarious that in a world where we are constantly having discussions about how lewd and you know, how lewd Japanese games can get with their fan service, this game is just like, yo, what kind of dick do you want? And it's just
I saw
it's
some
the
people
most
saying, like, oh,
out
no,
there.
the game might be unstreamable. And it's like, no, it'll be streamable, dumbasses. Nobody understands the Twitch TOS.
It's like in a war, you know what I mean? We're trying to figure out like how the fuck Taki's outfit works, and here comes this fucking game that's just like, yo, here's your vagina. Or not, whatever. What do you want? Curly, straight, bushy,
fries,
treasure trail, straight line, triangle.
Fries.
How do you want to shave the pube fucking, you know, shape? Like, it's the most raw energy ever, alongside, you know, all this other stuff. So it's just like, you don't ever get this, you know? The last game where you talked about what the fuck your dick looks like was Rust.
Oh god, that's true. That is the last game I talked about, where I talked about what my dick looks like.
Thus, I'm endlessly fascinated by the fact that, you know, this is in there. And I also think it's it probably bodes well for the rest of the character creation options. But we'll see. Oh yeah, Conan had the big old dicks too.
Yeah, I don't know if that game ever stopped being a mess. I remember we played it way back, and it just felt like it was like, oh man, there's a term. Oh god, sweating. It felt like the game was sweating. Like, just like, no, don't. Let me die. You know, that kind of feeling.
And then you know how there's like those cutscenes. You know that there's that rendered trailer with the blade arms and stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
Christ, that was like 6 years ago.
Yeah. What else can you put blades inside of?
No. That's enough of that. You heard me.
Yep.
I'm not repeating.
I heard you. You heard me. Yep. That's correct. You're thinking about it. Too late.
Mm.
There it is. Let it in. Let it in.
This isn't what they mean by sword fighting, Wooly.
What about space docking?
What about space docking?
Now you've got tech.
What? I don't. I'm not even following here.
Robotics.
Okay.
Parts moving.
Right.
Changing shape transformers. Doing what they gotta do.
Uh-huh.
Space docking.
All right. That's...
becomes possible with robotics. Cyberpunk.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good with this.
You are good with this. You are good with this.
Yeah. What's the next story, please?
Well, the next story is one that we actually probably should have talked about last week.
Mm-hmm.
Crash Bandicoot 4. It's about time.
Good subtitle.
What do you think it's about?
I think it's about time travel.
Yeah. I saw... before I even saw the trailer for this game, I saw people debating Crash's appearance. And I can say as a Crash Bandicoot outsider that I think his new look is very cool. I think
as somebody who played those Crash games, I don't know what the fuck you guys are complaining about. I don't get the problem at all.
I think he's charming. It's a fun little mascot.
He's still orange and he looks good.
I also... there's something weird about being old enough to remember when Crash first came out and looking at it and going like, what the fuck is this weird triangle mascot they're pushing for here? Are you trying to like go for your own Sonic or Mario like rival? Like, what are we doing? Aren't we past...
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah, and you're like, aren't we past the days of Titus the Fox and Arrow the Acrobat? You know? And then it came out and it did its thing. And like created a great franchise, and now we're years later looking at a new entry that is a much beloved thing, and there is like purists for the original look, which I remember at the time being, what the fuck is this bullshit? Like I remember looking at the first design for Crash and being like, what are you doing back in the day? And now people are like pining for the purity.
And orange shows up really well on a fucking PS1.
Pining for the purity of the thing that looked like bullshit to me back in the day. It's funny how the march of time continues on, you know?
Man, I couldn't fucking believe. It's one of those things like we have to do it because it's classic. But like there's still going to be levels where you run towards the camera. That's like, Jesus Christ. I thought we were done with that.
Well,
those levels are terrible.
The thing with these games, though, is that like it has a lot of like memory nostalgia to live up to. And those were defining parts of the franchise, though. Running backwards as the thing was coming behind you.
There were a shit ton of those levels.
So you got to do those because that's what people love and remember, you know?
You just have to.
You got to do it.
I don't want to.
I agree, though. Not seeing what's coming is for me, is a frustrating-ass thing. I'm not a fan of that in general, if the camera's too tight. But yeah.
Running towards the camera sucks ass, dude. It's the law.
It's
the law.
A little bit surprised, though, that like this wouldn't drop on PS5 day one.
We're going to see a lot of cross whatever the fuck, I bet.
It feels like it would be like the proper mascot drop, you know, for it to carry.
Well, it's so fucking weird because Sony never owned that character.
No, but it still is their like it's a mascot of the PlayStation.
And also like it's Spyro too. They never owned Spyro either.
Yeah, they just kind of like said we have a bunch of mascots, but there were just the characters that were on the happened to be on the console at the time.
They owned fucking they didn't own Spyro, they didn't own Crash. They did own Spike from Ape Escape, which that game fucking kicks ass.
What about
but nobody cares about Spike?
What about Jack and Daxter or Ratchet and Clank?
They're cool and they own them. How many of them do they need? Like none of them are going to be Mario.
Kratos.
And they had Sly too. And they had Knack.
Kratos. They own Kratos, don't they?
Yeah, they own Kratos. Yeah, that's you put your fucking Beanie Baby Kratos on your kid's backpack.
Sly Cooper. Oh my God, Croc. Wow. Yeah,
I don't remember that at all.
There was a bunch. There was a bunch.
I don't remember that at all.
Well, yeah, I think Crash Bandicoot 4 has a fun look to it.
Do you remember Vex?
I do remember Vex.
And Vex, I remember that was the tipping point for me where I'm like, oh man, that looks like, oh, we've gone too far with this mascot shit. It's way too far. We need to go back.
Wasn't there a quote that was like, I remember is the lowest form of conversation? Or something
I think that was
like
people
that.
making fun of Family Guy.
That was a Tony Soprano.
Because
huh?
it's a pretty fucking low form of conversation.
Yeah. Tony Soprano, that's it. Remember when is the lowest form of conversation?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. Hey, remember when? Yeah.
Remember when I went to the store and got a gabagool? Because that's the only thing I fucking know about The Sopranos.
Yo, Tony killed it. Tony killed it. Remember when Tony said, remember when is the lowest form of conversation?
I remember that.
Wasn't that great?
Tony.
Wasn't that great?
Tony. I remember.
Oh, fuck. The trap.
What the fuck is gabagool?
Capicola.
Oh, it's some fucking lunch meat?
Yeah, Capicola.
Why the fucking call it gabagool?
Because they're trying to say it with a thicker Italian accent, but they don't actually speak Italian. Because
That's so fucking stupid.
They're from Jersey, so they don't actually know anything about real Italian. But
oh, that's good.
But they
do
the accent because it feels more authentic. So
it's fucking stupid.
You got your gabagool.
I love it.
Yep. It's Sicilian pronunciation. Sure enough, but
does that mean Sicilians don't know how to speak Italian either?
It doesn't change the fact that the point is made that upon visiting Italy, no one from the fucking from America there understands what the fuck is going on, and they have no relation to the culture at all because it's completely different. That's the point. Same thing for mozzarella.
Oh, what is the word you just said?
Mozzarella. Mozzarella.
That's oh my fucking god.
Get a little bit of mutz.
Oh, Christ! Oh.
What's the matter? You don't like a little bit of. You don't like you got a problem with the mozzarella?
I got a problem.
It's great.
A big problem.
It's basically just spaghetti. It's
it
is 100% encapsulating the energy of spaghetti.
Can't believe it. Man, let Let me ask you. This is a total non sequitur, but what's the level of language absorption that you and Punch Mom have going on?
I'd say pretty moderate. I think like actions and sound effects are more absorbed than like actual words. Like I noticed when a couple times when Punch Mom comes over to talk to me, she has started doing my thing, which is just like as you're talking, just kind of idly punching like the wall or the post, just doing little practice combos.
Yeah.
Little thing. I've noticed she started doing that. I've noticed a couple of other little random things that are just, you know, actions more than actual words. Why do you ask?
Because I have hard stolen the phrase "Jesus Lord" from Paige recently, and like can't get it to go away. I'm doing it constantly. It's driving me crazy. It's like an earworm from somebody who I cannot escape. I will continue to hear this phrase and thus subconsciously steal it. It became very obvious because I played some Left 4 Dead. Me and Paige played some Left 4 Dead with Shy and DK, Slap and Roz, and just Shy puts up like a video, like a supercut of it, and it's just like, oh man, I'm saying that a bunch, huh? Wow, fuck, damn. I should quit that shit. Oh well, too late. Can't stop it now. Yes, I do mean Left 4 Dead, not Dead by Daylight.
Have you ever heard someone refer to spaghetti as sketty?
I have, but only in irony.
Where the fuck does that come from?
You gotta say it faster. It's not fast enough to say spaghetti.
It's the first time this week, for the first time in my life, I encountered the sketty in the form of a biker meme, where it's a biker holding up his fork and it's got the and this is how the biker eats the sketty. And I
think my favorite variation of spaghetti pronunciation is wets. In terms of the phrase, could you please dust my wets?
Right.
To a waiter with the Parmesan.
Yep. That was that's a couple of years old coming back. I remember when you first told me about that. But to date, you are the only person to have ever brought this up. I've never encountered it in the wild. So
yeah, well, you haven't gotten your wets dusted.
Now I got an ear out for the sketty. I don't know where the fuck I'm gonna where that's
I've
gonna
heard
come from.
I've heard
people
someone
are saying
say
the South.
sad sketty.
People down south say sketty.
Eating sad sketty.
Hmm.
And that was because she was eating spaghetti on stream while crying, I think. I don't remember why. But she was crying into the spaghetti.
Hey, what do people that are not French call melting cheese over something?
Fondue, I guess.
That's not a fondue. No, melting cheese as a dip is a fondue.
I don't know. I see Americans call them like cheesy blank.
Oh,
I need my
cheesy.
My wife
cheesy fries.
needs a fucking shredded cheese for her fajitas.
So fondue will
the
just
only way she can eat them.
Fondue will just mean melting the cheese over it.
I guess I don't know.
Okay. Because here it's gratiné. If you get anything gratiné, that's what it means. And like I feel like that was one of those things where it never occurred to me until I like. There's moments where you're like, oh fuck, wait, hold on, this is not an international. This is not even a North American. This is a queeb thing.
Yeah, it's one of them queeb things.
Just queeb things. Okay.
Somehow that never popped off on Instagram.
No. Fondue. That's fondue feels like a misnomer. Feels like Like a fondue is meant to be like a bowl of melted cheese that you then you dip in and eat, or if you want, or if you go with the God, what's it called in Texas? Queso, right? Where you have like a bowl of the melted cheese dip with the flavors and stuff going on in it. But if you get like a random item of food and then you go like, oh, like I want to get it with like a cheese melt over the top of it, like yeah, gratine is how we do that.
You're making me really want to eat some cheese, is what I'm saying here to you right now.
Cheese good.
You ever get cheese and just eat it like a block of cheese like it's an apple?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I did that once with a thing of brie, and I regret nothing.
Mm-hmm. I used to cut slices and stuff, and I remember Punch Mom would just go right in there, and I was like, wow, okay. But yeah, I've done it. It's good. Sometimes,
yeah, like just get a brick and just bite into it like an apple.
Usually cut a decent sized little piece.
Nah, fuck that. That's for cowards.
Okay, well, you know.
Once when Paige was out of town, I ate a whole brie like it was an apple. It was great.
We also get the long block.
She makes me cut it up into slices like an adult.
But you can't just eat the long block. The long block is too much cheese. It's crazy. You gotta.
Yeah,
you know,
cheese is good.
Get a Baby Bell. Baby Bells are good for that.
I don't know what that is.
Baby Bell is the red wrapping with the wax.
That
peel
thing.
Off,
yeah, that thing's okay, I guess.
With the red cow on it that looks really weirdly human.
I remember once, like 4 or 5 years ago, I asked Maximilian if I ate like 64 slices of American cheese on stream, what he would do, and he told me that he would rep that stream as hard as he possibly could because he would love to see me eat just 64 slices of American cheese. I have not thought about that day until now.
Why American
64 slices doesn't seem like that much, but I bet it's too much.
Why American cheese?
Well, because that's, where it goes in the slices.
But that's like such a bad flavor.
Yeah, well, that's the bit.
American cheese is fucking shit. It's garbage. Why would you go with that?
Because that's the bit. It's from The Simpsons.
Oh, okay.
So Mr. Burns sneaks into the fucking kitchen in the middle of the night, steal the bear back. Sorry, to steal his childhood bear from the house, not to steal the bear back.
I remember that episode. I remember that episode. I don't remember the joke.
Then Homer walks in to the kitchen and eats 64 slices of American cheese. And then they fall off the ceiling in the morning.
Do you think Americans are proud that their name is on the worst flavor of cheese?
I fucking hope not. I fucking hope not.
Because Canadian bacon is pretty good.
It's all right. It's not bacon. It's a ham side.
Yeah, it's pea meal.
I don't know why it's called bacon at all, really.
It's pea meal. Nope, they hate it. Good to know. Good to know.
Good.
At least it's
Excellent.
not. It's not like this. At least it's not like fuck you. It's patriotic. We love it. It's the best cheese ever. Shut up. Then eat it while you cry. Eat it while you cry.
Audience. We have a more sophisticated audience.
Is that the word?
Yeah, that's the case. A very sophisticated audience.
Eat it while chanting USA, USA, and just stuff it in your mouth and fucking try not to barf. Just yeah.
It's the Patriot cheese.
Just get one of those like the cheesehead fucking things from Wisconsin. And just a big old fucking American honking helmet thing and just bite right in.
I don't get why American cheese doesn't look like the American flag. What's up with that? I thought for sure it would look like the American flag.
Eat that shit and think about freedom.
Freedom to eat the shittiest cheese we got.
Exactly. Hey, so the latest Sam Show DLC character was announced, and it's the fucking Warden from For Honor.
I'd love to give a shout out to Buttons O'Houlihan / Iori Titty Nightmare for totally calling it the instant that silhouette got shown off.
What a wild pick.
That totally makes sense now that he's in.
The arrows works out ish. Maybe not precisely.
Yeah, good enough.
Ish.
Good enough.
Yeah. And I get it, you know, some folks are like boring swordmen. I'm like,
well, they're all boring swordmen.
I hear you with the boring swordman, but For Honor getting some love in a Japanese fighting game is cool enough for me. I think that's interesting. The you know, they it's a pretty limited moveset though, I will say. But yeah, I never would have expected For Honor cross Sam Show. Bushido.
No, that is kind of a wild
chivalry.
Pick.
So that's cool. That's fine.
Can we get a Knight of Agatha from Chivalry?
Can we get Darlie Dagger in For Honor?
No.
As a skin?
Fuck
whatever.
No. It'd be fucking Haomaru.
Yeah, of course it would. But he's already in Soul Calibur.
He's super pissed off.
He's already in Soul Calibur, so, you know. I was just hoping for something else. Genjiro. Honestly, if For Honor implemented, like, guest character skins, you could do some fucking amazing wild shit. Because tons of people have swords.
Oh, yeah.
It would have been really, really cool if they started working with other people and getting guest characters in the form of, like, yeah, just drop this recognizable character on with this cool sword and do the thing, you know? But anyway, the Warden in Sam Show pretty much is, yeah, it's got the moveset, it's got the shoulder bash, it's got the a voice that's all like talking about justice, and it's almost like Shovel Knight getting a
For Honor.
Yeah, it's almost like Shovel Knight getting a voice in Blade Strangers, where it's just like this big burly honorable, you know, dude. And the super is the catapult. It's called down on you. So
that makes sense. I'll believe that.
Yep. You got the swing combo that goes into the spin to the feint, and then from the feint you can go into a grab, or you can go into another.
And he's got
hit.
a shoulder bash.
He's got the shoulder bash, exactly. So, you know, some of the iconic moves are in there. Unexpected fun pick. Unexpected fun pick.
Pardon me.
But I would like to see it go the other way around. But of course, yes, yeah, no. For Honor has some pretty gruesome executions in it, so the company would have to be okay with their characters getting wrecked, rocked, and fucking beheaded.
Horribly maimed.
Yeah,
yeah.
Also, there's just the dissonance that would come with like a big old like medieval battle with soldiers running and then like Raiden running behind them. With lightning coming off of his blade. You know, like it's like, okay, there's a little bit of a weird thing there too that you can't really get around. So anyway, fun pick on that. I don't remember the announcement for this, but maybe this came up earlier, but yeah, Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 2.
Yeah, weird, huh?
Dropping on the 10th of July.
Like, huh? Like what?
New characters joining. So it's going to have the original 4 plus another new 3, I think. since now that the actual Bloodstained is out proper, it looks like they're adding a bunch more. So like, fuck yeah, that's great, man. Like, I did not beat Bloodstained. I played it a bit, but I didn't finish it. But I did beat Curse of the Moon, and I fucking loved it. So
I don't think I beat either, but I came way closer to finishing Curse of the Moon than I did Bloodstained.
Yeah,
I think I probably like Curse of the Moon better.
Curse of the Moon is fucking excellent. It's pretty short. It's like maybe 3 hours of your time, honestly, but it was a lot of fun. So yeah. Okay, so wait, hold on. Let me get this straight with the characters because everyone's saying stuff. In addition to previously announced heroes Dominic Zangetsu, Robert, and Good Boy Hachi, which is a corgi and a mech. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night alumni Miriam, Alfred, and Gebel will also be featured as playable characters. Okay, so 6 total. No, wait, 7 total.
That's good. I like that.
7 total. Yeah, I've been bopping that battle theme on my my stream playlist for a while now. The boss theme. So that's fucking, yeah, like Inti Creates, good job. They also announced at the same time that they're doing Azure Strike Gunvolt 3. Okay. It's, not for me, but well, maybe. I just kind of dropped off after the first one, heard good things about the second, but never got around to it. But there's a new one. So Inti Creates seems to be doing big things.
There's something about the photo of Inafune going, "This is Azure Gunvolt 3," and he just looks like a tired man. Kind of cracks me up.
I hate to keep saying the same thing, but I would love to see Gunvolt in games besides Gunvolt.
I think you've said that every single time Gunvolt has come up.
Because he's so cool looking. It's a really fun alt Mega Man design. I didn't feel that way about like just in terms of aesthetic, right? Just in terms of design. I like Beck and Call were cute, but whatever, Like the bubbly arm stuff was kind of weird. The visor wasn't a big, you know what I mean? Like it was kind of whatever. But Gunvolt, I'm like, that's a pretty stylish looking, not Mega Man character. That reminds me of the way, in ZX Advent, Ale and I forgot.
Oh God, my memories of this are weak.
Ale and
I played ZX Advent for like 2 hours.
Yeah, it reminds me of them, right? Where you're seeing like Mega Man Zero characters thank you, outside of the armor. Like I feel like Gunvolt is a Mega Man character outside of the armor, and I like that. I like that aesthetic. I think it's really cool. Ash, gray, vent, ale, that's it. Thank you. Fucking cool. So I will always have that little like, man, I like the design for Gunvolt a lot. Not to mention some great merch, really stylish shirts. Like imagine all the shirts for Hyperlight Drifter, but imagine if Hyperlight Drifter was bad. Imagine if it wasn't
Don't you even.
Imagine if it wasn't fun.
You fucking asshole.
Wouldn't that suck? And you'd be like,
it would suck ass.
But look how clean this stuff is, So yeah.
I fucking love Hyperlight Drifter. I feel like nobody cares enough about that game. That game is so great.
Mm-hmm.
Came out and people didn't play it because it was too hard. Because they're weak.
You see that little preview of the Cuphead cartoon?
I did. It looks great.
Doesn't it?
It's fucking incredible. It's super good.
Can't fucking come out soon enough. The voice acting on point. Just everything looking the way it should. Someone pointed out that and now I can't unsee it. Someone pointed out that like because it's not drawn on paper, it's digital. Whereas the game was drawn on paper, there's a quality to the cleanliness of the animation that is resembling Newgrounds Flash animation.
Yeah, we always hit that.
Right?
When everything's too clean, it looks vector or it looks Flash.
And I'm like, oh my god, my brain can't unsee it. I can't unsee it now. But it is true. It is there a little bit, you know? But man, I cannot wait for this. Yeah, Cuphead looks wonderful.
I love Cuphead. I love Mugman more, but I also love Cuphead.
It's also great that we're still talking about Cuphead.
I know, right?
Cuphead's in Smash. Cuphead's on Netflix. Cuphead's doing it. Relevant.
Love you, Cuphead.
But yeah, it is all about Mugman. You're not wrong.
I don't know why either. Like the name is just so much more appealing to me.
It's because Mugman fucks.
You know what? You're probably right. It's probably because Mugman fucks.
We gonna talk about this Pokemon MOBA or what?
All right. I think so. I don't know if you saw my tweet, but it was get out of the way, Last of Us 2. There's something new to make fun of now. Because holy shit is this shit cracking me up. This Pokemon Unite shit.
Well, here's one thing. If Pokemon made the jump from a card game, from an RPG to a card game, from a card game to eventually a fighting game, from a fighting game to a like AR game, like at some point it would be nonsense for them to not expand into other genres, right? But the fact that Pokken came sooner than a Pokemon MOBA is kind of crazy. You would think they would start applying it left and right to every possible genre. So this is in some ways almost overdue.
Yeah, sure.
But I don't know what the fuck's happening when I look at the trailer.
All right, so as the person of the gang that has more experience with the MOBers in this gang that we're talking now, like, yeah, okay, straight up, number one, starting off, this game's existence is confusing because it's a Tencent game, and Tencent owns Riot. So they have the League. They have the League of Legends. So they have the one of the biggest boys, probably the big boy, in the MOBA space, cornered already.
But you're saying they're competing with themselves?
It looks like this is gonna try and drip feed the kids that like Pokemon into League.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, like, I don't find it that weird, but because when you go into the Pokemon version of a thing that is already existing, you're clearly just trying to get Pokemon fandom to get into that thing.
Yeah.
So, you know, again, they've done it with other game types.
It's, I look at this thing and. Did you watch the whole like showcase or whatever?
Just the trailer. Just the trailer.
You should go watch that showcase. It's like 7 minutes long. It has that thing that games do that make me laugh super hard, which is, you know, they do the like the 10 switches and the different footages that they have, and some of them look okay, I guess. But I guess they don't have enough good-looking footage because most of them are running at like 10 frames a second, and it's just hilarious.
Oh, just the game itself is not running.
Yeah, the
well.
game itself is running in at 10 FPS.
Huh.
And they keep cutting to these short snippets of gameplay in which the game is like running like shit. And then they show off. My favorite part is they're showing off like, as you play through the game, your Charmander can turn into a Carmeleon and even a Charizard. And then they show off like, and once you're fully leveled up, you'll have access to powerful Unite moves, right? And you're like, oh, that's cool. And the Unite move that they show with Charizard is he runs up to a Blastoise, and the Charizard model just like snaps to the Blastoise, and both characters just shoot straight up in the air 10 feet and slam down with no animation at all.
Seismic toss.
Yeah, seismic toss. And it literally looks just as shitty as Pokemon Sword animations do. And like I burst out laughing. Like the game looks terrible. And they have a remix of the MOBA formula where it's all about gaining like locations of points. But if you cross your eyes a little bit from a distance, like all the UI stuff is exactly the same as League of Legends. And
Pokemon will never have good animation.
Like
they just won't do it.
You know that Pokemon has lots of knockoff games. Right, there's Temtem's a knockoff, and then you have the tiny, just straight up rip off Pokemon games, right?
Monster collectors, yeah.
Right, yeah. No, but I mean like just like copyright infringing, stolen shit, right? Pokemon Unite looks like a third-rate knockoff of a game that company already makes. And I also checked on mobile, Tencent also owns and develops the biggest mobile League of Legends clone on phones. And that game looks way better than Pokemon Unite does. And they showed off the Pokemon, like there's 10 Pokemon, I guess, and it looks like an official third-rate knockoff.
That's unfortunate.
It's hilarious.
That's unfortunate.
And the reaction to it, so Paige stayed up. She happened to be awake when this, and she was chatting with fucking Ross from GG, and they watched the dislike bar grow and grow and grow and grow until it disappeared live off the screen. That's not what happened?
No, he was on stream.
He was on stream. Oh, he was telling you that story later.
No, I just watched it on
Oh, you watched it on stream.
Yeah, he was streaming and I watched it.
Okay, my mistake. I misunderstood that story.
What happened?
Regardless, the point is the fucking dislike bar just disappeared into oblivion.
Okay. Yeah, apparently Coliseum had good animations. Yeah,
Coliseum had great animations, not made by Game Freak.
Stadium back in the day, I did have Stadium. There was that, and yeah, of course, well, Pokémon's a fighting game, so there's that too as well. Yeah, no, fair point. That's a wrong statement, but I feel like I'm not seeing shit that I would have hoped, which is like. Again, it's the same discussion every time, but it's just
why would you see cool shit in the Pokemon game?
Like this late, this many years later, like when you saw what was it, Origins? I think it was the anime where like it's really just a like short OVA like a series of like Red and his Pokemon sort of like challenging and going through the first.
That shit was awesome.
It was amazing, right?
Pokemon Origins was great.
and you're like, you can put the money in to make these attacks look really good and make these fights look really good, because like that's what the game is just these monsters. Like, you have two things. You have walking around the world and hitting the A button on things, and then you have the combat. And the combat needs to be interchangeable with all these monsters, but you can make the moves interact in such a way that it looks visually hype and pleasing. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it just...
You can do a lot of things.
You know who wanted to...
do a lot of things.
You know who did a lot of things?
Who did many things?
Digimon. When you go look at the Digimon game...
did crazy amounts of shit.
Digimon's doing fucking cool things. And Pokemon could do the cool things.
Are fantastic. Every person I talk to.
Absolutely. Spoiler alert, I'm going to play them sometime.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
The translation's apparently like a mess, but aside from that, they're great.
And you just go, why can't you put the fucking, just put some love into it, man?
No, I don't want to.
Everything I see about Cyber Sleuth is like, look at the fucking work. It's some cool shit going on over there.
But I don't want to.
And you look back at your own plate and you're like, well, I don't want this plate. Look at that plate. That plate's cooler. It's more appetizing. There's more shit on that plate. Anyway.
The merch team gets all the money.
Yeah. It's not just when you kind of look and go like, man, being a fan of this thing is unfortunately not as rewarding, because shit gets like lazily done. Lazy jobs are done constantly when it comes to this IP. But it's when something else comes along and does a better job of it, and you go, you guys have infinitely more money than they do.
Everything that's not Pokemon, or all the genres that Pokemon branches into, all do it better than Pokemon.
And they have less money.
Way less.
Smaller team, less time, less resources. Love. Put some fucking love into it, man.
No, I don't want to.
All right, well.
Like, that's literally, like, what do you want me to say other than no, that's it? I don't want to.
Or just, like, lean into it like Sega did and just give it to the fans. Like, if you're not going to do it, just give it to the fans.
No, I don't want to.
Hey, I got a question. I'm confused.
Yeah, go ahead.
My understanding of MOBAs is that they always seem to be the kind of games that really need a mouse.
Yeah.
So this game is going to be mobile and Switch.
Yeah, which precludes a mouse.
So what the fuck?
So it's fair. You'll directly control your character. Like, you'll control them with an analog stick.
Just move the stick around, I guess, yeah.
And then you'll... So it's fine, I guess. It's fair.
Well...
Like, it'll be designed without a mouse.
It'll definitely... So. Yeah, it'll definitely will have to be, right? But, like, touch controls you can replace a mouse with because you'll hit buttons on the screen to do things. Yeah, I don't know. It just seemed like there's always a lot of things to click on. I guess.
Well, luckily, this is a MOBA for children.
So it'll be much simplified. That's true.
I talked briefly about this, and I said that Nintendo stock would raise 1,000,000% if they allowed unrestricted voice chat in this thing. To just hit you with the Omega Nightmare that is an Eevee main that's like 8 years old, screaming at you at the top of their lungs and calling you every name in the book.
Man, Pokemon MOBA,
so toxic,
like,
dude.
5 to 10 years late to the party, and it immediately looks not good.
Oh, it looks I can't, like, it looks bad enough that I'm like, why are you showing this?
What a
weird, that kind of look?
Weird path they've chosen. So confusing.
Don't show this. This looks bad. I think it's going to be pretty funny to watch people streaming it and yell out that Blastoise is fed as fuck. Because that's hilarious, you know? But, you know.
I bet you someone right now is working on the secret Pokemon fan game that is like embarrassing to the Pokemon company.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that game that comes out that just makes you fucking go, oh, fuck everything official. Look at this thing right here. I bet you someone is working on it. You know, and you see the trailer of it and you just go like, oh my God, what are we doing? Why are we not doing this thing? You know? I know I got a lot of shit for it, but that feeling I got when I saw Roboblast 2, and I just went like, oh my God, that looks incredible.
Yep.
Like within seconds, I'm like, this is beautiful. Fuck everything. That reaction, you know? Someone's doing something. Because too many people love Pokemon for there to not be someone that's just like, I'll fucking do it myself. I'll just do it myself. You know? We'll see.
Has there been like a single good, like unequivocally good piece of Pokemon news in like 3-4 years?
The movie was fun. It was all right.
The movie was fun! It's true!
Yeah.
Movie was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Did enjoy that movie. New Pokemon Snap, that's right.
New Pokemon Snap. Wonderful.
The way that Pokemon Snap was just like, yeah, whatever. Also, there's a new Pokemon Snap. While the Pokemon Unite thing is like the big push is like hilarious. It's fucking goofballs.
Yeah, you know when Pokemon Snap 2 should have happened a year later. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
It
should happen in what, like 99?
It's on rails, and you click the photo button. Just get the money. Just get it.
Probably the wildest game that never came out ever was a Pokemon Snap game for the Wii U.
Oh,
right?
You mean the game where the device you're holding is literally made to emulate a camera?
Yes, that one.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yes, that device.
Nah, fuck it. Let's put out Star Fox Zero instead.
Oh, we got a bunch of
I see it.
bots
I see it.
attacking us.
I see it.
Why are these robots attacking? Why would they do that? Why would they do that to us?
Well then. It really is suffering to be a Pokemon fan. I can
is.
I can see that.
It really grinds my piss.
I really do feel
if
bad.
I liked Pokemon.
I feel bad for you guys. I do. Anyway, last two little things here real quick. One, do you recall a old point and click adventure game called Beneath a Steel Sky?
I do.
There is now a trailer for the sequel, Beyond a Steel Sky.
Oh, that's a good name for that.
It is fucking what? How many years? 25? 20, like more than that? I've never played Beneath a Steel Sky, but it looks like one of those good ones from that era where you're like, yeah, these are fun. This is that Laura Bow, LucasArts indie era, Day of the Tentacle, all that good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It harkens back to that 1994 Virgin Interactive MS-DOS. So yeah, apparently all this noise about that game from nowhere There is a sequel coming out, launching to Apple Arcade.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Which
right.
you may recall. Apple Arcade and Steam.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
There we go. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. But you can play on your Apple Arcade games with a controller. Don't forget that you can hook up a wireless controller, like, you know.
Yeah. So I actually I had some phone games with my new phone, and I got one of these.
Oh, is that the way you're doing it?
And I put my phone in there for a second and played it for about 5 seconds and went, "This is shit. This is terrible."
Why not just mirror it to your computer?
I don't know what that is.
You can get a way to, so you can get share screen so that your phone goes to your computer.
All right, apparently.
It's how I play Teppen.
Apparently, you can just use BlueStacks to play Teppen.
Sure, but I mean, I want my account with me as, like, when I travel.
It'll use your account.
Isn't that tied to the device though?
No, it's tied to the email.
Oh, well, that's handy.
Teppen doesn't work with BlueStacks. Great. Even though it seemed like it worked for me. Whatever. Wait, why would I play FGO? I didn't play FGO. What the fuck? What's FGO? Is that Fate? Get this Fate shit out of my face.
What game did you play and why did it suck?
I tried to play Teppen.
With the controller?
And I was like, no. Mouse and keyboard.
No. I'm talking about. I mean, with that little doohickey.
Oh,
because Pat held up a controller. It's a controller. What you just held up is because it's a controller mounted like phone mount. So it looks like you basically locked your phone in to a device that then snaps onto your DualShock.
I think it was Castlevania, or it was Castlevania.
Please describe for the MP3 the purchase.
It's a plastic piece of shit that you bolt onto your controller that holds your phone.
Okay, well, anyway, there is a sequel to an old point and click, and what the hell? That's pretty cool.
That is cool.
But again, I didn't play it, so I can't really say I know anything about it or what's going on. But it's a cyberpunky looking setting, and that's pretty interesting.
I also never played it, and I probably should have.
Great name, though.
Yeah. Oh, is that why Fate Geo is Fate FGO? Is it Fate Go Away? Is that how that works?
Fate stay away from me, don't at me.
Fate stay away. Grand Order.
Fate stay out of my DMs.
Servant. Please. Fate stay out of my DMs. I love that. That's good. Are you people really actually correcting us? Do you really think we do? Oh my god. Saw a guy go, no man, it's actually Fake Grand Order. Those are memes.
All right, lastly.
You're right. I thought the name of the game was Fate Stay Out of My DMs. That's what I thought it was. Thank you.
Lastly, there appears to be a new Harry Potter AAA game in the works.
Oh yeah, I saw. Yeah.
And what are the bullet points we have here? It's developed.
The bullet points. Oh, sorry. After you.
It's developed by Avalanche Software, the people that made Dragon Ball Sagas, that old beat 'em up, if you remember, way back in the day.
Also, they made. Is it the same Avalanche that made the Just Cause series?
Software, is it? Let's take a quick looky look.
People are saying no.
I don't think it is.
So
No, because
it's a different Avalanche.
Because I was testing for them, but they were not Avalanche software. Yeah, these are the Disney Infinity guys.
Ah.
So,
See.
that's being developed, scheduled for late next year.
Mm-hmm.
Open world Hogwarts and surrounding areas.
Cool.
To be revealed after DC Fandom.
Yeah.
Has very little direct involvement with J.K. Rowling.
Very little.
She's like, I can tell you about what they do when they go. But did you know that they go?
Get out.
Go.
Please leave, JK.
Did you know that they go?
JK.
Secretly they go.
This news is extra funny because right before the podcast started, I was cracking up because I saw the interaction between J.K. Rowling and one Stephen King, scary, spooky man, big writer man, where she starts to lavish praise upon Stephen King and how he's a great writer and she's always loved him. And he just hits her with, yeah, trans women are women, JK. And then she just deletes the tweet like it never happened. And it's like, you are such a stupid idiot. You have wait. It's like the speed run on Wrecking Your Legacy. It's the funniest shit in the world.
The wizard scat wasn't the move. Yeah. Somehow. So JK, row your boat into the horizon.
Oh wait,
and away from everybody.
Oh my god! So people are confirming that I'm stupid.
What happened?
He didn't even say that to her. He said it to someone else, and then she went back and deleted her tweet.
Oh, as in she wasn't like tagged in it.
She caught eyes that he's like a cool guy and was like, I can't have this. Oh my god, what an asshole. What an asshole. Oh man.
That's pretty strong. That's
wild.
That's pretty strong. Very little involvement, says the studio.
Very little.
AAA game, this must have been in the works for at least a couple years. At least planned from well before. And one has to imagine as you're working on a game like this, every day in the office when something goes down and you're just like, oh, because you're working on the franchise and you're just like, this has to come out and people will hopefully enjoy it someday. But every fucking month there's just oh. Could you imagine?
Like, oh man, dude, this Skullgirls patch is gonna be so good.
So I don't even know what happened. We went live and then that started popping and I don't know what's going on. What actually happened?
The gist of it is that Mike Z and Bunny IU were talking, and Mike Z was being a creep. And then some other former Lab Zero staff came out and was like, Mike Z makes me feel uncomfortable a lot with racism.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What was said?
That is my current understanding of this situation.
Okay. By any chance,
apparently it's like trending now.
Is there any information on like what happened.
What do you mean? What happened?
In
The DMs are posted.
Are they? Okay.
I haven't read them, but like they're up there. And then other people are coming out and saying Mike Z's a jerk.
Okay. Cause yeah, no, like I just literally as we fucking started, I was like, what's that about now? Well, fuck, dude. Like, hot on the trail of 2 weeks ago. That's stupid.
We're not gonna read the DMs out loud. This isn't what? Go fuck yourself. Like, Jesus. You want to read them? Go to Bunny's Twitter.
What did someone say
For
that?
fuck's sake. We're not doing that on this show.
That's ridiculous. That's silly. No. But yeah, that sounds really shit. Hot off of like a fucking combo into a controversy.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. Oh man, dude.
Skull Girls, it's time to shine. Oh man.
I take no joy in the fact that a really good video game has to take a fucking beating because of that.
Yeah, well.
That fucking sucks, man. That's a super bummer.
Don't worry, there's more stuff to be ruined for us in the future.
And, you know, you can run the bit all you want on that, but, like, that's just a fucking super shitty thing, man. It's a good-ass game that fucking doesn't... have a staff that deserves to fucking get dragged because of this shitty association right now. God, that sucks, man. Wow. Yeah, no, that's a proper fucking bum out.
So
I'm upset about that.
I think the saddest thing is that I'm under the... So my expectations are low. I would assume that on the staff of every project, there's a couple people that are just complete human garbage. As somebody just correctly pointed out, Randy Pitchford continues to exist. It's just depending on the company and or the project or the group, whatever. They talk to media or they're the head of the whatever. It's a dice roll.
Yeah, but like it's not just that. This is a game that like has been his project and like his thing for a while. Ever since I was back in the traveling FGC days of fucking 2011, you know what I mean? Whenever it was when I went to East Coast Throwdown and there was an early playable copy of the thing, and you know what I mean? Like we were seeing what it was from way back when, and it continues to be this game that I care about, especially as like a game that is like, it's got so many cool things for what fighting games are, and it has a lot of important emblematic things. So, whatever. Like, you obviously get it. You know what I mean? Like, it just, yeah. I whatever. I don't know. Like it fucking sucks. That sucks, man. It's a really cool game that was definitely about to have a moment and still, you know, possibly might. I don't know. I'm this is all live. I have not read any of the details or what's happening here, but assuming this is as bad as it sounds and everything is as shit as it appears to be, after all this fucking time, a game that got overshadowed for stupid reasons from a lot of people that just looked at it and went, meh, you know, that was really good. And then eventually, in some cases, like even with you saw it eventually down the line and went, "Oh fuck, this is really cool," right?
That's right.
And like having its ability to get out there with Evo Online about to happen, like next fucking week. Like, god damn it, man. I have no coherent thought on that. I'm just upset.
I mean, what's a lot more important than that is that in the span of the podcast, I just got my 7 gauntlet wins in Runeterra. That's 7 wins in a row. Good for me. Elusives are bullshit.
God, and also, like, just obviously central focal point here being, like, people that have been sitting on this that had to fucking directly deal with it.
Hold on, Willie. The details that I gave you are all that I currently know. Before you jump to the world is ending and Skullgirls is dead, go fucking finish the podcast. And
well,
like,
I don't, because I'm saying I don't know, dude. It's you brought it up, and I'm looking at this and I'm seeing it, and it appears to be a bummer, and that's all I got. Well, anyway, I can't just keep scrolling right now. I'm gonna have to.
No, we got to get back to the podcast. Do we have any emails this week?
Yeah, if you want to send a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. I'm just pulling them up. Give me a second, please.
That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
We got one coming in here from Damien. Says, "Dear Wooly, Pat, and you nice folk listening. Hello, people that hear this. I hate most games that have subtitles in the option under the audio when it's a visual thing, but I would hate it all the more if games suddenly changed it to a visual option, as I instinctively check audio when starting a new game. What are some things that would be better if changed, but you still resent the idea?" The game of where is the subtitle option continues to exist. This is something that I feel like
it's
at
hilarious.
The beginning of every LP, it's always a fun thing to be like, where's the subtitle going to be? Because people put it in different places. But as far as the question goes, what should change, but you think you'd possibly resent it? I hate when games have different levels of controller layout customization. I hate when some games let you put any button anywhere, and other games are like, you have 5 presets, use one of these. That shit's trash and needs to go away. I know that game defaults back on the Xbox, and I think PlayStation eventually added them as well, is something that lets you change what the buttons do on a system level. I would like to see every game have that. Perhaps by putting controller configuration on a system level, we can make sure that they always have the maximum level of freedom and customization. But it is kind of a mess if it doesn't set it from game to game, and if it actually maintains it overall on the system, then that would be really annoying. So it's one of those things that is like, it would be a necessity, and it would be better if every game was subject to the system level controller config, but ultimately I really wish every game just didn't have like shitty configs options, and I wish every game had a robust setting for that.
I know it's not technically like a correct type of answer, but one of the things that you haven't touched Last of Us 2 yet, have you?
No.
One of the things that game does extraordinarily well is you fucking load up the game, and the very first fucking thing it asks you is a pre-main menu is, dude, what stereo setup do you have? What type of subtitling do you want? How big do you want the subtitles? Do you want a color background on the subtitles? And all those little nitty-gritty options that you would go, fuck, if you press start before actually doing them. You do them beforehand. And it's appreciated. Like, it's great. And then I think of, you never played RE6, did you?
Only the like demo for a second, I think.
You ever go into the brightness section in RE6?
No, but it does ask you when you first boot it up to.
So the
the high and
brightness
low.
setting in RE6 has like it's like a blinding white light on a shadow of a 6 on the ground, and it says like lower the brightness until you can barely see the 6. And I have yet to find a single person to understand what the fuck they actually want with that shit. There is no setting that actually makes sense at all, and it just ruins how your game looks, no matter what you put it at. It's fucking crazy.
I forgot what video I was watching, but there was a video that like somewhere there was a thing where someone said like showing the controller layout on the loading screen sucks, and I remember just thinking like, yeah, but when I boot a game up, I'm gonna go look at that anyway, every time, because sometimes the game will do a walk you through and to explain it, but sometimes it won't. You know, some games do a tutorial before you start, and they explain it to you, but some games just go like, no, just play it, and then you have to pause and take a look at what the buttons are doing. And especially as you know, we continue to like play games and fucking start out cold on something. I'm playing a lot of games cold and don't know what's going on, so I feel like that loading screen controller thing is kind of necessary these days.
Oh my god, I just thought of one. And again, not again in the spirit of the question, but me and Paige play Dead by Daylight a lot. That game's great. And if I'm going to bed early, Paige will occasionally play it on the PC instead of on her laptop. Despite almost everything in that game being saved to your account, right? The keybinds aren't. The keybinds are saved to a local file.
Well, that's stupid.
It's fucking stupid as shit. So, like, half the time I come downstairs, I'm like, all right, time for Dead by Daylight, and I hit a button, and it's the wrong button because Paige changed her keybinds. And then she'll go to hop on my thing, and she'll log into her account and go to use my controls, and it's the wrong button. And it's like, why the fuck aren't these saved to the account? Everything, all your layouts, all your options, everything but the keybinds are saved to the account.
That sounds like a compliance testing dream, but unfortunately PC games are not subject to those standards.
Yeah, I guess so.
David says, "Dare Wooly Patomatas, another
What's up?
game on the list where achievements make things bad in King of Fighters 12, which had an abysmal online. There's achievements for rising letter grade from E to S. Usually the kind of ranks would be tied to win versus losses, but not here. No, instead it has to do with how many matches you play regardless of victory. So what you end up with is a bunch of matches where people are using turbo controllers to continuously mash light kick so they can confirm matches for long periods of time but do nothing except mash light kick during the matches. Thanks for reading. Stay safe." So the problem, obviously,
That's really funny.
that's insanely stupid, but the problem there is that if you tied it to having like an S ranked like performance, that would mean that people who are not good at the fighting game will never be able to get all of those achievements, and that is a pretty bad thing to put into your game as far as achievements go. Achievements generally should not be restricted behind stuff like that. So yeah, don't do it that way. And then ultimately, I think I said it last week, don't tie your achievements to multiplayer. Just don't do it unless you have no choice, unless there's nothing but multiplayer in your game. Don't do that.
There's so many nice little things that annoy us.
Podcast question. Buick says, "Dear Epic Gamer Moment, boys. Because I'm a fucking moron, I still play a decent amount of games that are best on my Xbone online, like GTA 5 or Titanfall 2. Recently, my gold expired, which got me thinking, with the increasing amount of first-party titles ending up on PC, should services provide online play like Xbox Live Gold or PlayStation Plus? Should those be required paid subscriptions anymore? If nothing else, it would at least keep people from being drawn to the PC gaming crew, I think." From Buick. Now,
Yeah, they should fucking give that shit to you for free, and they're never gonna.
Okay, but here's the thing about that. Like, okay, that cost being put on the hardware manufacturer is one that, like, would create a much better environment game-wise for everybody. I'm thinking that what would suck is if we ended up in a world where, like, you had to subscribe monthly online to multiple games individually. I don't want that to ever end up being the result, and I think the benefit of consoles having that, like, unified online service is that you don't have to have a bunch of individual subscriptions, you know? So if you can avoid that outcome, then yes, that'd be great. But just keep in mind, wherever a cost gets absorbed on a console that might be selling at a loss, somewhere else has to pay the price for it.
Yeah, the bottom line, ideally, but I mean, come on, let's be real. That's not going to happen.
Depending on where that trade-off is, I'm personally willing to pay for an online thing for an online continuing network thing for all games, so that there's never any persistent costs with individual games per se. Because if we ever had to do that, where it's like each game that had online was a separate thing that you had to fucking get into on a subscription basis, that would just absolutely kill it for me, personally.
Well, I'm in this place where it's like I'm one of the reasons I never got an Xbox ever, like besides any other reasons, is like the idea of paying for PlayStation Plus and the Xbox Live subscription is like ridiculous to me. Like, how many of these am I gonna fucking use? 99% of the time I play on PC.
Yeah, I have gold, but like I only used it for Killer Instinct for years. So, like, it was pretty rough to just be like, okay, well, this is my KI subscription, essentially. Wooly, you sucked me back into Power Rangers, and you ruined my life, but not that bad, though.
Not that bad, huh?
Dear Space Wizard, Wooly, and Alpha 5 Pat, recently on an episode of Get Into Fighting Games, you talked about Power Ranger themes, and it sent me down a rabbit hole of listening to all the Power Ranger themes again. It's not the first time it happened. One time on Friendcast, you used the In Space theme as the outro, and this sent me down a rabbit hole several miles deep, where I rewatched almost the entire series from my childhood, as well as the new ones I hadn't seen before, and I had even learned what Super Sentai was and started getting into that. Over the next few years, I would lose myself occasionally down the morphing grid rabbit hole and just start it all over again. Fast forward to now, and I have 15 plus figures on my desk and a few more in the mail, and I'm now known as that Power Rangers guy.
Oh no,
dude! Listen, if that's all it took,
I'm so sorry.
If that's all it took, that was going to happen to you anyway.
You're right.
I had very precious little to do with that happening to you. If hearing a song sends you down that road, your feet were moving in that direction anyway, my friend. Has there ever been a similar situation that happened to you? Maybe not like that, but I've definitely like gone into like wiki holes after hearing a cool tidbit and then wanting to like find out more. Especially for like, old shows. Like I remember like one time like someone brought up like gargoyles and I was like, fuck me, I'm gonna go read about gargoyles for a long time. And that was cool. Gundam, a lot of that. Go to mahq.net and just look at Gundam designs. See the Hajime Katoki versions.
What is that? What is that website?
MAHQ.
MAHQ.
Mm-hmm.
So that always brings up a thought in my mind, which was like the ongoing fight between Wikipedia editors and Gundam fans.
Yeah, exactly. That was Gundam was one of the worst ones on Wikipedia because there were just infinite amounts of branching pages, and each unit could technically get its own page.
And it's like, guys, there's more Gundam shit on here than there is World War II stuff. Like, fucking stop. Like, it's so stupid.
And
Like-
Gundam fans are definitely interested in seeing all of that categorized accurately and detailed, because every single suit, every single armor has like multiple like versions. It has art, it has revisions, and then it's got different parts and different appearances, and there's lots of details to track on each one. But yeah, MAHQ is otherwise your other, it's your Gundam Wikipedia that'll give you just like lots of details on whatever the fuck you need in that regard. And I used to just dive down that hole for a while too. Did Wiki not eventually purge all those Gundam sites?
They did. They fucking killed it.
Yeah.
They were like, that's enough.
Yeah.
That's enough out of you.
Lastly, what's up, Wooly versus and Pat spoils at? Pretty simple question.
Wait, I spoil nothing.
Pretty simple question. What are some of your favorite names for mechs? Examples like Wanzers from Front Mission or Panzer Soldats from the Trail series. Personal favorite are the Face Mechon from Xenoblade Chronicles, sometimes referred to as Faces. Something sinister about how simple and accurate this is for an antagonistic force. But to understand the full meaning behind the name requires some deep story knowledge. Thank you, says Justin from Long Island. So this question has, in fact, been answered before, but I'm going to say I have a hard list of favorites, and then I've got my honorable mentions as far as like mecha types go. I think we've always talked.
You? Sorry. I had a thought, and I was formulating.
Do it.
But it was formulating out loud.
Okay. Well, obviously we talk about Metal Gears. Those are cool. Those are always out there. Everyone is thinking about Metal Gear. It's a big popular franchise. That's dope. I always enjoy the Guy Malef from Escaflowne. That's a cool name for for a mecha. And the Armed Slaves from Full Metal Panic are awesome as well. Mm-hmm. But for me, this might change depending on when you ask it. It probably was different the last time it came up on the podcast. But for me, I got top three. Number one, Orbital Frames.
Orbital Frame.
Best name. Orbital Frame.
I agree.
Unbeatable. Too clean.
Yep.
2, Megadeus from Big O. So the big all giant robots in the Big O are called Megadeus, and they're fucking awesome. Perfect. And if I'm not mistaken, what were the pilots called? It was something with the word. It was
give me a series here.
The Big O.
Oh, Big O. Oh, sorry. It's like, I don't know what the pilots. I thought you were going on to a different.
Yeah, Megadeus Dominus. The pilots were called the Megadeus Dominus. That's what it was. And third, Gunbuster, Buster Machines. Buster Machines, just simple and fucking awesome.
I'm gonna definitely echo Orbital Frame 100%. And two of my favorite names for something aren't actually the mechs; they're the pilot names, which are in Front Mission 3, which has Wanzers, which is great in its own right. But the elite pilots that you run into are titled Real and Imaginary Numbers. And there's like weird nerd math shit naming convention going on with it that I really appreciate. An imaginary number is like a negative square or some shit that is a number that can't exist, and that's to imply how ridiculously over the top these pilots are. It's fucking great. And I recently found out. You haven't played Xenoblade, right?
No.
Somebody mentioned in this that there are face mechon, in that most 99% of the robots you encounter have no faces until you encounter a robot with a metal face, and the characters imaginatively call him Metal Face, which I recently discovered that the original Japanese name for that villain is Blackface. Which kind of cracks me up, because his face isn't that black. It's like gunmetal gray.
Do they really not know?
They just don't know.
They just don't know. It keeps happening on TV, so
that means
why
that
would
Shulk
they know?
Is a good protagonist because he fights blackface. He can use the ability to see through time to stop blackface.
It's honestly, I think it's a combination of the fact that they don't know and the fact that black is a descriptor, you know.
Yeah, Kuro.
It is exactly. And when you are the guilty one in Danganronpa, you are not just like the perp, you are the blackened.
You serious?
Yes.
Oh man.
So and it's just it's something where, in this country, like, there was no real history to associate these words with people.
It's very new.
And black was associated with, like, wrongdoing. So now we've got this. But yeah. You get these moments where they just translate it directly, and you're literally called the blackened.
Man, can I be a fly on the wall back in time in the treehouse, in the translation room? Just, oh man, we're changing that one. Jesus Christ. Fuck.
I mean,
oh, it's Kuroi face. Same face.
Yeah, there you go. Totally. Yeah. No, there must. I mean, and the older the games get, the worse you can imagine it possibly would have been. Because yeah. What are you gonna do? They don't know. What do you know? All right. Anyway, Megadeuce, orbital frame, Buster Machine.
Oh, you know what I liked?
Mm-hmm.
It's from Gundam Wing, so it's lame, but I like the
dolls.
The doll units. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Dolls was a thing. STs, standing tanks, also a thing.
Oh, what's that from?
STs was the Super Scope game. Metal Combat. Had those. And fuck, what was the acronym again? Hold on, I want to get this right.
Oh, VTs for vertical tanks. I think that was
VTs for vertical tanks.
Battalion?
Yeah. Vertical one-man tank for offense and maneuvers, aka VOTOMs.
Oh man, that's really out there.
That's a big old mouthful. Yeah. So, there's some good ones, there's some bad ones. But that's...
If you have a robot in your game and it's a mecha, don't call it a mecha.
Yeah.
Right?
No, one of the funnest...
Call it...
One of the funnest things about, like, a lot of games in anime is that there's a consistent, like, in-world, they don't refer to it as a mecha. They refer to it as something else.
A mobile suit.
Yeah, whatever the case may be.
One of the originators. It's not a mecha, it's a mobile suit.
A golem, a nightmare frame.
I don't know what the fuck Nightmare Frame is from, but
that's Code Geass.
Silly.
So, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Okay, well, there you go. That's it.
What would I call my robot? I'd call it the standing latrine.
Mm-hmm.
Because they strap you in and you never leave it.
Will it? Never mind.
Yeah, it will.
Goodbye.
It'll relieve my stress, just like John Halo.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone.